We're happy to be joined once again by friend of the show, Professor Robert Pape of the University of Chicago, and of course the Escalation Trap Substack. Make sure to subscribe to that if you haven't yet. Professor Pape, thank you so much for joining us once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I really enjoy these discussions. You guys are just the best. So thank you so much for having me.
Well, we appreciate you for being here.
Yeah, keep the compliments flowing, and we'll stay happy.
It'll be part of the escalation promise.
Yes.
And in fact, I've been noticing, and I don't tell me if you've noticed this at all. It feels like Iranian officials have actually been following some of your analysis, particularly the argument that they're becoming a major power. Like I've seen them sort of repeating that back in similar words.
That may be right. And so just so listeners know, so Russian television wants me on and has for a long time. Iranian media, various kinds, wants me on. I just won't do that here. So I'm laying out what to expect for the world here, and I'm not trying to, certainly not help the bad guys here or something like that. You're not seeing somebody who's in any way other than an American supporter here.
Wait, you said you weren't trying to help the bad guys.
So everybody knows, my ideal world is where America remains number one. We're the strongest, richest country in the world. We want everybody to come here because we're the best place on the planet to be. And I think we need to get back to being the best place on the planet to be here. But we're not going to get there if we don't understand the world that's coming at us.
Well, let's just start by getting your reaction to the whirlwind of events yesterday, where the deadline was looming, where J.D. Vance, Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff were supposed to go to Islamabad, and everybody was waiting, trying to figure out if the plane had taken off. They ended up, of course, not going, and Trump extended the deadline. We woke up this morning to news that there were ships fired on in the Strait of Hormuz. So, Professor Pape, wild 24 hours. What do you make of it?
Yes, but fully in line. If you're following the Substack posts here, this is just in line with the expectations I've been laying out on both sides. So. And what you are seeing, number one, is, and as I've been saying, from my early post about how Trump has the illusion of control, Trump's just lost control. So the bottom line is America's not winning, Trump is not in control, and what you are seeing is a rising trajectory for Iran. It's just growing, sort of bit by bit. It's not exactly linear. There's some pauses, but it is growing just as I've been saying. And Iran has cards to play. They are more in control as each day passes. And since the first hour of the bombing, America has been less in control and has less cards to play. And that's actually playing itself out. Now, in detail, let me just shift over to the details here, because I did post these longer articles about what's happening with why is the ceasefire breaking down. Well, the ceasefire is breaking down not because this is not a case of misunderstanding where you need to have negotiators get to the table, talk to each other face to face to clarify things. No, that's not what's occurring here. What's occurring is a zero-sum problem. We have two zero-sum problems, and that's what's breaking us in the negotiations to break down. You see, we have two issues, the nuclear enrichment and Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz. And these are classic zero-sum issues. Iran cannot both control and not control the Strait of Hormuz. There's no middle ground here. Iran cannot both have enriched uranium to make a bomb and not have enriched uranium to make a bomb. So there's no real way to cut this pie evenly, 50-50, 60-40. That's just not what's occurring. One side has to give up, essentially. And what you're seeing is both sides, rather than give up, prefer to escalate. Now, Donald Trump is also trying to find a third way. So I've been arguing this for some time and explain this. I just explained more in detail that we're at a fork in the road. Either we pull back here from escalation and Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, or we go forward with escalation. Well, Donald Trump is trying so hard to get a third way. which is, can't you just give me the fig leaf of a cover, Iran, so that I can declare victory, and then I'll maybe even give you the Strait of Hormuz or something here under the table. We'll just kind of, let me just have my victory, okay? They're not doing that, folks. They're not doing that. And there's, I think, a very simple reason they're not doing that, which is they want to torpedo Donald Trump's presidency. I think this has got the classic earmarks here where they want Donald Trump to become the lamest of lame ducks. Now, he's hurt right now. He's a wounded animal as it comes to his presidency. That's why he's squirming, trying to get out of this thing. But he's not unrecoverably wounded. So I think what you're seeing on the part of Iran is they're going to want to string this out. Now, I don't know exactly how far they can string it out, but I can tell you they're going to want to string it out at least to November. Now, that's horrible for the economy. Think about that. I'm about to do a new Substack, because I did this one on the economy. I'm about to do a new one projecting out even further soon here, because what's happening is this everybody wants this to be over. Well, that's because they are not Iran. Okay, all right. That's the bottom. And what Iran is now wants is they want to become that emerging power. Okay, so how do you do that? You keep the Strait of Hormuz and you make sure everybody knows you're in control, which is what they just did this morning with demonstration. Number two, in about a year, you want nuclear weapons. They're going to want nuclear weapons here. And number three is you want to go down in history as the country that torpedoed Trump's presidency when the Democrats couldn't. Just think about that on their legacy, you see. This would now establish them in this powerful way. And if that happens, if they torpedo Donald Trump's presidency, oh my goodness, the kowtowing that's going to come to them from, UAE, because the governments in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, they're going to start to be fearful. Well, if you can torpedo Trump's presidency, what are you going to do to me? So this is what the game we're in is power politics of the first order. This is not real estate negotiation. This is not, this idea of just getting to yes. I knew Roger Fisher's son here, so I'm familiar with all of this. This is now power politics of the first order, and we are not playing up to, Iran's just beating us at power politics, and they're doing it almost every single day.
So Joe Kent, the former Trump official who resigned in protest, has put out a version of another third way that he sort of presented, which is similar to what you were talking about, but not exactly. He was saying what Trump should do is just walk away, but leave sanctions in place, and you then leave Iran in this situation where they are then left to negotiate bilateral or multilateral deals around passage through the Strait of Hormuz. But it's very difficult for them to then fire on Israel or anybody else at that point if they're not fired on themselves, because then they become the aggressor rather than defending themselves. But if sanctions continue to choke them, yes, they'll be getting revenue. Yes, they'll have control of the Strait of Hormuz, but without the ability to kind of engage with the kind of international economy, they'd be slowly choking out.
Well,
and you have a whole population.
Joe Kemp's plan is a version actually of you walk away and Iran becomes the fourth center of world power, maybe a little more slowly because he's trying to slow it down a little bit. It's not really a third way. That's not a third approach, because there's no actual way to stop Iran from exerting more power in Kent's plan. And what I'm specifically referring to in the hole in Kent's plan is the UAE and Saudi Arabia. So if we follow Kent's plan here, and okay, we keep the blockade even going here, the US blockade going, what that's going to do is it's still going to open the door for Iran, not necessarily in a week, but in several months, to topple the governments of the UAE and Saudi Arabia over time. You can never really put a time clock on how you topple governments and so forth, but they have a lot more powerful ways because they're in the region. There are different groups inside of the UAE and Saudi Arabia that they don't like to talk about, who are minorities, who they try to keep a close eye on, of course. But Iran, if you can penetrate Iran, they can penetrate you. So this whole game here is it will change. And so the idea that Kent has is, well, we'll have a stable equilibrium that will keep a containment band around Iran, and that's just not what's going to happen. This is not Iraq. This is not a situation like Iraq. It's worse than Iraq. There, I mean, some similarities, of course, but it's worse than Iraq. And so what he's doing is he's saying there's a fork in the road, as Pape is saying. I want to take this fork over here, back away, slow down this rise of Iran becoming the fourth center of world power. And notice in Kent's plan, they still get nuclear weapons. They can still process all that material and become a nuclear weapons state in Kent's plan. So this will, and that's really the hole in the plan. And I'm not saying, I'm telling you what the choices are in front of us, okay? And in this situation, one final point with Kent's plan is just recognize the economy still goes over the cliff or the dips here. So he's not actually stopping he's not opening the Strait of Hormuz for the UAE and Saudi Arabia to have its oil exports come out here. So just be aware, this is the fork in the road. He's choosing clearly side A, and then there's B, escalation. He doesn't want to do that. And I can appreciate that. I'm not really happy about escalation either. So I'm not really fundamentally saying that the choice he wants is necessarily wrong. I just think we need to go into this with open eyes, and I'm not going to sell the country a bill of goods and say, oh, sure, this will all be fine over here. And this is what people are frustrated with me, because they want me to be the happy guy who says, well, if only we would not do X and only do this over here, everything's working out. And I'm sorry, Donald Trump has doomed us to a trap. And what you're seeing is Joe Kent choosing one side of that trap, but he's not getting out of the trap.
Because the move would be a U-turn at the fork and go backwards.
Pardon me?
The move would be to pull a U-turn at the fork in the road and go backwards. And not
well, the move would be go to Star Trek and we go back in time. We don't do this at all.
Right.
I mean, come on,
That's
or Doctor Who.
way.
I mean, we're just not in a situation where we can have these magical ideas and go back to February 27. Iran has learned something, I think even more than their material gains. They learned something in the last 8 weeks they did not know before, which is they can beat America. Not just survive. They can actually beat America. And they're not just beating Donald Trump. Nobody in America is coming up with this brilliant plan where you're going to use escalation dominance that we're all going to be happy with to win. And I'm saying this is not good. This is not good. When a major rival in the world really understands they can beat you here, this is different, and this is what Donald Trump has done more than anything else. He's given Iran actual knowledge they did not have before. They had uncertainty before, and they thought, well, could they survive? This is way beyond survival, and this is why what's happened here is Trump will go down as the worst president probably ever that we've had, worse than Jimmy Carter, worse than Lyndon Johnson, and this catastrophic disaster will probably go down, certainly the worst since Vietnam, and it won't have necessarily the military casualties of Vietnam, but Vietnam did not wreck the world's economy.
Yeah.
And the 2003 Iraq War did not wreck the world's economy. We didn't have gas prices shooting up like this in that. That's why this is Donald Trump this is all on his back, and Iran is not letting him off the hook with some face-saving gesture, and that's going to frustrate people. But now, come January, so as bad as I'm painting it, I'm saying it's going to possibly get much worse here because I think they want to torpedo Trump's presidency more than the Democrats want to do it. I mean, imagine that. They want to do it worse than the Democrats.
Right, yeah.
So what you're getting here is that maybe by January, here, when Trump's presidency is thoroughly wrecked, unrecoverable, the Republicans want to get him out of Dodge, not just simply the Democrats then you might actually have a situation where they want to, because they will be around for decades, okay? And the U.S. will be around for decades. But I really think this is this missing ingredient that I'm not hearing in the media, that Iran, I think, has a true interest in wrecking Trump's presidency. And send me emails, folks. Listen, if I'm missing this on all these other channels, you just let me know. I'm on those channels. I'm watching them on TV. I'm listening to them on podcasts. I'm just not hearing people explain that Iran wants to wreck Trump's presidency, and that's going to take some time. I mean, if you're really going to do this for real, you see, and make it so he can't come back after January 6th, the Democrats let him back in office. I mean, think about that. They weren't. You want to wreck a president, you got to do worse than what happened here, and I think they're trying to do that.
Now, I wanted to get you to respond to the very influential, popular historian Neil Ferguson. He's, of course, at the Hoover Institute. Now, he posted a viral tweet yesterday, and it's super interesting. Now, back when the war began, Professor Pape, you were already warning of the escalation trap. Neil Ferguson's first column on this was tepid, but I would say bullish on the U.S. Now, as of yesterday, he's saying, his point 7 in this was, the Iranians have survived regime change and discovered that closing the strait is just as powerful a lever in economic warfare as they had always hoped. It's not despite the Russian quip, a quote, economic nuke, because unlike a nuclear weapon, you can use it. Then he says, where we go from here is fairly predictable. I would be surprised if Trump now deploys ground forces. There will be more negotiations, so Islamabad, here we come. There may have to be more bombing. If the Iranians dust down the North Vietnamese playbook of stringing the U.S. negotiators along, Neil is actually the Kissinger's biographer. He continues to say the final compromise will take longer to be agreed upon than Mr. Market currently believes. What's your response to this, Professor Pape? Because in a way, he's come around to your perspective.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
so one thing that your listeners would not be surprised about but won't know is I do more than talking to the media. I talk to very important people outside of the media. These are people in government. These are people not in government. And we have more lengthy back and forth here. And you're willing to give me quite lengthy back and forth. I really appreciate that. Most of the media won't do that, but we have, your audience gets more informed, and so you can actually have that intelligent conversation, and you see right away that he's directly on the paid path, right? That is, I mean, there's no gap, there's no daylight anymore. Well, I'm just pointing out, and I won't talk about these private conversations, who they are and so forth, but it is the case that there are very, very smart people. I highly respect people, even people that may seem to disagree with me. There are people I highly respect in that way, and I will have lengthy conversations with them offline, so we can talk about things that they really want to hear about, which might appear to the ordinary person to be, sort of off track or in the weeds. But when you get the experts together, this is what the talk is like. I'm sorry to say that we get into the weeds, we get into certain things. And it really does matter here. And I value that tremendously here. And I think that, for me, is quite an honor that that Ferguson, and whether it's an honor to me or he just come up with his own view, I don't really, that's not real, that's neither here nor there. What it really means is the world is coming around, and these frameworks that I've been playing out, super smart people, everybody is, I think, I get so much email here about the benefits of the frameworks, the actual frameworks, you see what I mean? Not just simply commenting on yesterday's news. And I think that's what you see here, and I'm really glad I started the Substack. I could not be happier.
Oh, and we're glad to have you here, Professor Pape, to talk about the Substack. Hope everybody goes over and subscribes to The Escalation Trap.
Yeah, I think that people need to be aware, just before we leave here, so yesterday I published a trajectory on the Substack here, and this was, I said, the ceasefire is about to end in just a few hours. Don't be surprised if you see the next stage would be demonstration attacks. And what you're seeing, and I don't think Iran could have read it and responded in time, it's just not possible, but what you're seeing is the validation of this. When Iran took those ships, and then the other thing you didn't mention is they had a parade where they brought in the missiles. I don't know if your listeners can see, or your viewers can see the missiles. This is just like with North Korea, this is just like with Russia, just like with China. And what they're doing with those missiles is they're saying, you mess with us, we're gonna go beyond demonstration, and those missiles have American city names on them. Now, they can't really reach American cities, so I don't want America to freak out over this, but what they are doing is they're moving up a ladder of escalation that other countries have done. This is just, if you study this for 30 years, demonstration, there's whole articles on this, you would see they're moving up a standard rung themselves. And the fact that they're having those missiles out there, that tells me that this is not going to be over anytime soon. The idea that they're simply now going to kowtow here and just surrender that power, I don't think so. They're feeling their oats here, and they're sending a direct signal. Maybe most Americans don't understand it, but those people in the White House get it, which is, America, you're next. You keep targeting us in our homeland? So maybe Joe Kent's not necessarily all bad.
Right. Yeah. Well, I think he's trying to speak Trump's language and be persuasive.
Well, he's trying to speak Trump's language, but Trump wants a clear victory. He wants the fig leaf of victory, and the reason is because that way he can recover his presidency. I don't think Iran is going to be, if Iran was going to give him the fig leaf of victory, they would have met with J.D. Vance. And I think that's a clear sign that they understand what Trump wants, and he's begging them for this. And I think that this is just not, I don't think they're going to play that game, because this is signaling to me, intel to me, that they're revealing their preference. They would rather wreck his presidency than give the fig leaf of cover for him to declare victory. That's why he can't declare victory now. What's he going to say? They took a ship and now we won? I mean, this is just not, they're making it impossible for Trump to declare victory and walk away. He can still walk away. He just can't walk away with a victory.
Well, he can declare it.
Well, he can try it, but they're going to say, they're going to do the next thing and say, sure, they're going to have the big image. Trump declare victory, we take ship. Trump declare victory, we topple UAE. That's what they want. That's what they're doing. And I'm just saying, this is power politics of the first order. Trump's playing domestic politics, okay? Iran is playing power politics, and you can see that when our CIA goes in to topple governments, as we have done, including in Iran, okay? We're playing hardball for real. We may paper it over with we're Mr., Trump said we're Mr. Nice. No, we're rarely Mr. Nice Guy. When we topple governments here, we're pretending to have the fig leaf of this. It took us 15 years to topple the Syrian government. So over time, you might be able to topple a government, like 15 years, you see. So you keep at it for 15 solid years, you might be able to topple the Syrian government. But in that 15 years versus Iran, you can see Iran has a lot of cards to play in that period of time.
Professor Pape, thank you so much for being so generous with your time once again. We really appreciate it.
Well, and thank you. It's just a great pleasure and honor to be on with you in every possible way. And I just wish your folks in the audience is here all the time.
They love to hear that. All right. We'll talk to you later.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show, ad-free, and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show, help support the future of independent media at breakingpoints.com.
Good morning and welcome to Breaking Points. How you doing, Emily?
Doing great. We've got some big breaking news just this morning to get to in a moment when it comes to Iran. So we have all kinds of stuff. We got Jeremy coming up to talk to us about the negotiations, and Jeremy's been in the middle of reporting from the inside. What actually, I mean, he called 2 days ago?
It was Sunday.
That this wasn't gonna happen?
Sunday, he and Maz were like, yes, why are you guys reporting that these negotiations are happening in Islamabad? They're not. Like, the Iranians are not going. They haven't said they're going. Like, why are you claiming that they're there? They're not. It's so weird. Like, being in the US and reading US news and being able to then read Jeremy's stuff and be like, we're just completely lied. Jesse Waters last night was like, there was a coup in Iran.
I saw
Which is
that.
funny, but it's like, wait a minute. You're the most watched cable news primetime show in the country, and that is just fake. There was no coup. Like, is this a game?
Right.
It's so weird. Like, you're not required to say this stuff. So, like, it's incredible. It's been incredible to watch.
Well, we'll have Jeremy Scahill, Ryan, of course, is his co-founder at Dropsite, joining us shortly, actually, to break some of this down. We also have Robert Pape on the show today, the Fed chair. Trump.
We get to keep having him back until he's wrong. I mean, he's unfortunately
cooking.
Yeah. The escalation trap is you are trapped into having Robert Pape every week forever. Yes.
Well, it's a good trap for the audience, of course, because then they leave better informed. All right. Yeah. Also, Trump's Fed chair pick was testifying in front of the Senate yesterday, and it was brutal. I mean, some Democrats really laid in there.
History have come together to tease the imagination.
Yo, sorry. What's going on? Oh, fucking Phillies lost. What did Pape say? I missed the end of it. What's up, Sandwich? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. What's up, Naps with Cat? How's it going? I'm glad you're here. Nice to see you. First chat, but I'm glad you're here. Two Cars. How you doing? Nice to see you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad everybody's here. I'm glad everybody is gracing us with their presence. Sorry, I'm a little out of sorts. I was at the baseball game. It was fun. Oh, did I get everybody? What's up, Fargo? How's it going? In case you all are new, I was kidnapped by the modern MK Ultra and brainwashed, and the scars are still present on my chakras, but they forced me to be the nicest streamer on the platform. I have to be nice to you. Soy Prem, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Present Radio. I'm obligated to tell you that I'm glad to see you. You'll never know if I actually am glad to see you because of the aforementioned programming. But that's neither here nor there. Dude, so it looks like this blockade doesn't really work, huh? Trump's blockade. He's never going to admit it. Like I said, it's like there's different criteria for like who's winning versus losing. It's basically like there's like multiple categories of winning, and like one of them is like winning with a sliver where you can claim that you're winning, but you're actually losing, versus like, you know, materially losing or winning, you know? Trump is, obviously more concerned about being able to claim he's winning because he doesn't fucking care, apparently. Assuming he's not doing a double secret war on China, because he could be. Oh, is Heidecker on Majority Report this morning? Oh, we should watch that. But Heidecker's plans for the Onion. Nice. Or, I mean, for InfoWars. Did I feel bad for Alex Jones? I mean, he deserves it, but still, you hate to see the Democrats. They need to be us. They need to wear our shirts. What does he fucking say? Like, it doesn't even make sense. But I still feel bad for him. Not for him so much as the employees. Nobody forced him to hire the worst lawyers in the world. He had the money for good lawyers. Yeah, but he didn't really have a case. Like, I think it was so overwhelmingly, like, he was so guilty of all the stuff. For the Sandy Hook thing, he was obviously guilty of it. And then for the InfoWars thing, he had no justification to cancel the auction or whatever he claimed. Like he didn't really have an argument to make. But still, he probably did cheap out on the lawyers. I think he figured that. I think all Trump's people, I think Trump tells them, don't worry about it. I'll make some calls, and then he never does. Trump probably just sees InfoWars as like a competitor, I think with him, it's like everything now is like consolidating power. He can't have any other sources of power because he saw Tucker. Like, Tucker's been devastating to Trump, and that's not talked about a whole lot. But I think Trump's ability to sort of operate independently of MAGA has really thrown a monkey wrench into the whole thing. And I think that's why the Democrats hate Bernie so much, and anybody who's independent, right? Anybody who can like do small dollar fundraising is a threat. Like, they want to be able to completely control your revenue streams. And if they can't guarantee that they can squeeze you, then they don't like you. You're a threat. You're a constant threat. Oh, that's right. He didn't even go to court. That's right. Yeah. Yeah. Again, Trump probably told him, don't worry about it. I got this. Don't worry about it. He really should be throwing Trump under the bus more, though. Like I said, they all should. The extreme pedophile party and the moderate pedophile party, they need to come together and throw these extremists under the bus,
Elizabeth Warren really laid into him, so we'll have some details about that. Really interesting new stuff on the AI front, the data center front, the political part of the data center front.
So, I didn't realize the Pape one. This is the video I meant to put on when I was getting ready. Not the Pape one.
Crazy reporting coming out of Mexico. Not surprising, but crazy reporting coming out of Mexico about a potential CIA operation. We don't know exactly what happened.
It was just a little car accident. That
I wish she would take her glasses off.
As happens.
Yeah. Just like in Turkey, right? And if people don't know, that's the origin of the term deep state. It was uncovered due to a car accident in Turkey with who was it? Like a supermodel, a powerful politician, and then like a right-wing politician, right? It was like a politician from like two rival factions, right? With a supermodel and maybe an athlete, I forget, but it was, a bunch of powerful people who were ostensibly enemies who were in a car accident together.
Regularly when CIA officers are involved. So 2 CIA officers killed in Mexico. A lot that we don't know yet, but some reporting starting to come out. We'll be joined by Juan David Rojas.
Wait, do you think
to break that story down? And
those AI women that Trump saved, do you think they're actual people, or do you think they were completely imaginary?
Finally, huge political news last night as Virginia's redistricting went through barely.
Yeah.
As
Dude,
where the
hogs
votes
are so
now.
mad about
Just
this.
over a majority of Virginia voters went with the Democrat gerrymandering plan, and Democrats are really excited. Hakeem Jeffries saying, what did he say? When they go low, we hit back. Florida is then going to be calling a special session, or Ron DeSantis has already called a special session for next week for a Republican gerrymandering opportunity, and the fate of the House is up in the air.
Yeah, this will be a fun one.
Yeah, you got to see these districts. You got to see these districts. They're really something. Also, we should mention Ryan is debating Scott Jennings on the After Party channel.
What?
So that's going to.
watch
I think that pops next week. So
Oh, I didn't know this
subscribe
was going to be on After Party too.
Yeah.
If he was
GW,
just tricked,
it's like a live
yeah.
event,
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's going to be at GW. I don't know if the public can still get in.
I think it's like one of those things where they don't poke too hard, you know, they don't dig too deeply. If it's like, oh, this looks good for me, and they're agreeing to my terms, so I'm not going to bother figuring out if this is real or not.
Probably the public can still get in, but
an event like that sells out immediately.
yeah, it's done. It's in like one of the old classrooms that I took like my history classes.
What's
in.
the
Yeah, it'll
after
be-
party?
it's
I've never
some
heard of
more.
that.
But anyway,
Well, school will be back in session. It's almost favorable language. And originally, the New York Times, in their first dispatch on this, called it an enforcement action on the part of the IRGC, which is kind of delightful because we're talking about American media and Western media and propaganda, et cetera. It's like, it's rare that you see something neutral or even that's almost favorable language to
I would say
Iran.
that's favorable language.
You could also describe it as just subjective, like they say
There's
that they're
Maury
enforcing
Povich.
this blockade.
Has anybody watched
things
that
could
yet?
This was an enforcement
Is
action.
it interesting?
This was an action towards the enforcement of their blockade. Now we have our own blockade
Right.
of the Strait. So when we attack, now they've changed it. Now it's attacked and boarded. So an editor there, like had a cup of coffee and was like, wait a minute, hold on, get the Western propaganda language back into there. So yes, so this comes, and it appears that the U.S. attack on the Iranian.
If Murtaza Hussein is calling you mentally ill, you know you fucking really bad. Because that guy is like Elmer, where he's like super restrained and like doesn't say anything unless he can back it up. You know, like he does not make bold claims like that. But he called the low IQ and mentally ill behavior. Like, I've never heard him say anything like that. So this is it. So I would be inclined to believe the opposite of whatever Eyal says, you know? But the Islamic Republic is preparing to hang 8 women, not a word from international community or the so-called human rights organizations. I'm sure this was covered extensively on the Israeli SNL, though. To the Iranian leaders who will soon be in negotiations with my representatives, I would greatly appreciate the release of these women. I am sure that they will respect the fact that you did so. Please do them no harm. It would be a great start to our negotiations. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's like, oh man, I could traffic the shit out of them. Very good news. I've been informed that the 8 women protesters who were going to be executed tonight in Iran would no longer be killed. 4 will be released immediately and 4 will be sentenced to 1 month in prison. I very much appreciate that Iran and its leaders respected my request as President of the United States and terminated the planned execution. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Terminated the planned execution. That's pretty cool, actually. Bourbon Threat, welcome in. I'm glad you're here. It's nice to see you. He only prefers them dead if they're children. Yeah, no, he can make some money off these girls, right? The non-existent ones. I mean, those top, that... I need to see the whole picture. I don't want to click through to it, but... He says not a single one of these people is facing execution for a crime, and several of them are not even incarcerated. So that seems to imply that they are real. What's this?
The United States bomb a girls' elementary school in southern Iran on the first day of the war and kill 175
Is that Jordan Newell on the plane?
Based on what I've seen, that was done by Iran.
Is that true, Mr. Hegseth? It was Iran who did that?
We're certainly investigating.
Still investigating.
But the only side that targets civilians is Iran.
What?
We think it was done. We think it was done by Iran. Because they're very inaccurate, as you know, with their munitions. They have no accuracy whatsoever. It was done by Iran.
The only side that targets civilians is Iran. Here's Gaza. You're fighting a war on behalf of Israel and with Israel, and you have the audacity to say that the only side that targets civilians is Iran. New reporting confirms that they know it was a U.S. strike on that school in Iran. Two U.S.
fucking Tomahawk missile. You can see it. Trump was misled once again by fake news. The judiciary officials' Mizan Online website said the women who were claimed to be on the verge of execution, some of them have been released while others face charges that, if convictions are upheld, would at most result in imprisonment. I saw that other account was saying they were made up, but, you know. Look, go fucking retweet this. Look, it's right here. Look. Check it out. Look what song I used.
We don't know the source of a sickness, but don't believe what they say, because the government is lying. They've done it before, and don't you know they'll do it again. I'm sick and tired. Built by red, some test group, go, but I'm out, just gonna die for your government, die for your country, that shit.
It's so fast. I don't know why it's so fast. Cool. I'll retweet it and show you how to do it. And then you put this in. Trying to confuse the algorithm. Fuck. Gotta spell it all out. What the fuck is this? Unelectable is such an annoying word. I hate this fucking name. God damn it. God damn it. Mon Boone. My man. What's up? How's it going? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. So happy to see you. Did I say that to you yet, Bourbon? Bourbon Threat. Glad you're here. Welcome in. I get shocked if I don't. I have a shock collar. It goes off if I don't greet you and give you positive salutations. I mean, it was a fun game. We lost, but it was a fun game. There was a lot of hits, a lot of action, you know, a lot of like, you know, no annoying Cubs fans, and the Phillies were always threatening, so it wasn't like we were like, you know, on our ass. So it was fun. It was a fun game. We had good seats, a couple balls that came close, a couple near foul balls. It was a lot of fun. Kids were good. Kids didn't annoy me. They didn't ask to leave. Usually, like by the 6th inning, they're ready to go. Right? We stayed the whole game. You know, we got like, you know, peanuts and hot dogs and fries and basic stuff, but like it was too cold for ice cream, which thank God, because that was fucking like $14 for those little helmets. Oh. All right, we don't have to watch any more of this. This is enough. Dude, what did Steyer? Did Steyer win the debate? I want to put a new Lego video because it's a sick jam. Where is it? What's the one that's like, "We love Americans"? That one? I'm gonna play that one. Die, gotta die for your government. Dude, the Democrats should run on deporting Laura Loomer. That would be a good look. And giving Candace Owens a medal. I don't know. I guess I didn't save it. Or maybe it's in the other thing. Yeah, there it is. Need Sim to break down the California debate. I mean, I have it here. We can watch some of it. Is this a 12-minute? That'd be cool if they had like a 12-minute long like concept album, you know? If it was like, you know, if it was like the Tenbo of Lego videos.
We see you through the smoke of what they call progress. We have watched from across the ocean, from behind their walls. And what we see is a people who deserve better than what rules them. This is not a war cry. This is a wake-up call. Open your eyes, brothers and sisters. The hands that wave your flag are not the hands that hold you. Listen.
Lego wizards.
We love Americans. We love your soul. The land of dreamers. The brave, the bold. But something sits on top of you.
I mean, look. I gotta say though, I've been watching For All Mankind, and the fictional America is really, it's inspiring. You know, like the fake one is great. seems pretty great.
Blood, like a game. We love Americans. Oh yes, we do. But the ones who speak for you don't speak for you. Wake up before the morning's gone. They built the cage so slow.
Who's
You
that?
thought it was your home. Yeah, they hand you left and right like two halves of a lie. Different faces, different voices, same agenda inside. One wears a blue suit, one wears a red tie, but behind closed doors they shake hands and divide.
I mean, it's cool when you're rewatching it because you can fast forward through all the parts where it's like the wives, you know. Who fucking cares what the wives are doing back home? Give me the fucking moon mission, man.
The taxes from your table fund the war you never chose. They name it liberation, but it's oil. Everyone knows they call us terrorists.
I mean,
on
this
the
is like
television
Tupac
screen, while the real
influenced, yeah.
terrorism was
Like the fucking, you know, the prompt probably said, "Give me a rap that sounds like Tupac."
the suit and gets a pension in a dream. They sell your children futures built on manufactured debt.
It's like
They
an
send those
Iranian
very
Tupac.
children off the walls they'll soon forget. And when the coffins come home draped in stars and stripes, nobody on that podium is losing sleep at night. The media machine spins before the body hits the ground. A new enemy is needed every time the polls come down. We
I love
watched
this
it from
guy, Firkin.
Tehran, from Kabul, from
He's great.
Baghdad too. The ones they demonize were people just like you. They said we hate your freedom, but your freedom is our dream. We read your constitution, we know what those words mean. It's the ones who wrote the speeches and then buried
Assange
what they
should have
said,
him on.
who turned that sacred document into
slow.
a tool of dread.
We love Americans. We love your soul.
The land of dreamers,
The brave, the bold.
but something sits on top of you.
Dressed in your name. Spending your children's blood like a game. We
What goes on for another 8 minutes?
Oh, yes,
I'm
we
already
do,
bored.
But the ones who speak for you
Don't speak for you. Wake up.
before the morning's gone.
They built a cage so slow. You
Who
thought
is
it
that
was
guy?
your home. The billionaire who funds the law and writes the law himself. The pharmaceutical machine that keeps you sick
Yeah,
for profit and
Lego
for
Thriller
wealth.
would
The
be
school that
sick.
teaches history with chapters torn away. So you never ask the question, who really made it this way? They gave you social media so you argue with your neighbor while they sign the deals in secret, taking everything you labored. Left versus right, black versus white. They need you divided because a united people's the only thing they've ever dreaded. They sanctioned us, they bombed us, they painted us as beasts, but the ordinary American was never.
I don't know. I was on Reddit earlier, and I seemed like a lot of posts that were expressing this basic sentiment, like people understanding that the culture war was all made up, and on like normie Reddit too, like, you know, it's just like this Trump shit puts everything into stark relief, right? Because it's just, you see how blatant these lies are, and you see, like, it's like when you see how blatant the lie is. And then when you catch him in the lie, and then he says, oh, well, it was the Democrats' fault or whatever, you know, it really kind of illuminates the whole thing.
At that feast, you were working double shifts while they were working diplomats. You were counting grocery bills while they were counting combat stats. We don't confuse the empire with the people that it rules. History is full of kings who turned their own into their tools. Your founding fathers warned you. Yes, they wrote it clear. That power concentrated is the thing that you should fear. That foreign wars and secret deals and banks too big to name were the very seeds of tyranny dressed up in freedom's frame. And now we watch across the sea and wonder, do they know? Do the people of that nation see the curtain and the show? We've lost our brothers, lost our sisters, lost our skies to their machines. But we separate the people from the politics and schemes. Because hatred is their weapon, love is ours to wield, and truth is the only armor that will never crack or yield. So we for a soldier.
Oh my god, dude, yeah.
But the ones who
it keeps going. Or no. Did he... I don't know if he just like let it repeat or whatever. This guy's kind of wacky, but yeah, that was cool. We love Americans. No, it was AI or something. Showed everyone they were behind Reddit on one side and 4chan on the other. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Yeah. And he's orange.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland. We have somebody who called in. I don't totally recognize him.
Wow,
but
look at this guy.
It's
you son of a bitch!
He looks good.
High and dry.
He looks good.
I got the email, Sam. I told you that I would call in, be an exclusive.
He sounds like Rob's American accent.
You blew me off like I'm some kind of dirt.
We had a little communication. Now it's Tim, did you shave your head for this new character you're playing?
No. I'm going through some treatments.
Some treatments.
Can I drop the bit or should I keep going?
I mean, what if that, like, there was like a disruption to the Alex Jones supplement pipeline, and then all their hair fell out or whatever? That would be pretty funny if they had serious withdrawal symptoms.
Sure, I'll do my. We could do dueling Alex Joneses if you want. So we should say there's some news.
Wait, Sam has an Alex Jones. They just cut that. There was a cut there. So Sam did an Alex Jones impression there that was cut from the final video.
You had some news that you've now taken over some type of like travel site.
What does Sam's Alex Jones sound like?
I watched part of like a video that you put out, and you said you were starting a travel site.
I might be starting a travel site. We're looking at all the options.
What did it sound like?
Inherited InfoWars, which was a political news.
I saw Jones repost it. I think it was on Cinema, right? But he reposted one of Heidecker's old videos that was clearly parody or, satire or whatever. And he was really mad about it.
News site. I'm not familiar with. They cover the news.
So wait a second. So you inherited. So just back up for a minute. Like I knew that the Onion had gotten had gone in and did some type of like auction or application. Was all this all an application process? Did you apply for this job?
No. They reached out to me for my 2 cents about if they caught the car, that what should they do with it? And
a bunch of those guys were in Iowa with me when I went for Bernie.
And we just kept talking about it, and I thought that it would. The joke of if the Onion took over InfoWars, it would be funny for about 3 months, and then it would just be over.
Yeah, that's
so.
I still anticipate that.
Did InfoWars?
I don't see this joke going.
Yeah, it did like a Colbert Report style spoof of it. There's just only so much runway you got with that kind of humor. And so I said, well, let's just turn it into
I've
like
seen that with your own show. I mean, I feel like you've learned that from doing your.
Yeah, I don't want to make that same mistake twice or three times or 4 times.
Very smart.
Yeah. So, I know we're just going to like turn into one of these comedy streaming sites that keep failing, but we keep trying to provide a space for funny people to make stuff and give them money. which feels like a really funny overall joke at the end of the day. If like, InfoWars is the premier source for trans comedy. Trans people making comedy, not making fun of trans people. That's the Dave Chappelle network.
Yeah.
Let's. I mean, this is all well and good, but I feel like on some level we should have some balance in this. I mean, you're coming on here all happy.
He needs to give Alex 15 minutes.
You shaved your
State
head
his
in support.
side of the story.
Was that part of this message, or is that just like you're going for a new look?
If you're familiar with a program I do called On Cinema, which your audience is, but you're
He's
too
got
old to spend time watching comedy anymore.
I mean, I've heard people mention it. It's a relatively new program, isn't it?
Not quite.
Age for change. Welcome
my
in.
character on
How's
the
it
show
going?
lost all his hair and has been wearing a wig for about a year. And so for our Oscar special, the wig was ripped off, and I wanted my bald head to be on TV instead of a bald cap. So I shaved my head, but it timed out perfectly because now I look like that guy.
Well, let's let that guy have his say in this too. Matt, can you cue this up for us? Because it's only fair. He has already responded to this utter.
Oh, he's all over it.
What's
here
that
he is.
sickos thing behind him?
What is the state of InfoWars right now? Does he still have access to it all?
I don't really know. I am not.
Owen Schroyer's never given away his login.
I'm not the guy to ask.
He's never given up his logins.
There's a judge that's going to weigh in on this in the next couple of days.
Didn't Owen Schroyer get fired a few months ago?
On our side of the issue. So there's one final little hurdle, but
he admits it. What happened? Oh man, come on.
Up here. If you want.
Tubular body.
We're fair and balanced. Let's hear from him and let Tim respond.
And a tubular body. I can't unsee this.
You can't take something over and then act like you're somebody, even if you say it's a parody. You can do a parody of somebody, but none of you took something from them.
Right.
You've already checked with lawyers, so they're in deep shit.
I don't
I'm already
think that's
suing the Democrat
real.
Party law firms. Already got civil rights lawsuits. You think, look, just because you're wearing my shirt, don't mean you're me. So let's be 100% clear about that. And so you guys just keep laughing, just like you did a year and a half ago, or it was November 2024. So is that about a year and a half?
This is
Pause it
from
for a second.
December
Do we
10th.
know who it is he's talking to? Why is he?
I mean, there might be something to that, like parodying. Like it's kind of OP for a parody if you actually are able to acquire the subject's official designation. I could see maybe there's a case like that. I don't remember anything like that, but I mean, I guess.
Why is he sort of embodying all of the people who have oppressed him in this guy who's sitting there next to him?
Hoda
Isn't that an
Popila,
employee?
Potato Pila.
This is how
What's
I
up?
would be if I was
Welcome
that guy.
in.
I'd be like,
I'm glad you're here.
I'd be like, please.
Yeah, he kind of was, though, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Let's keep
What's
going.
with
Let's
these
have him have his
right-wingers?
say. I mean, I just when we come back, Tim better have disrobed, or it's not really a fair fight.
Can I just say something?
Why does he always go on TV with his shirt
I taped
off?
an interview with the CNN, which I know you guys are always on CNN, but I did a little taping here.
Rachel
with,
Maddow didn't
Oscar
have him on,
Jimenez,
did she?
is that who it is? The dark bearded man, and I did it shirtless.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
And
so
I
you go shirtless with
full Alex Jones rage mode with him the whole time.
That's
And
pretty
I
cool.
hope they put it up. It seemed like it was pretty funny. So
Yeah, that's what he should do. He should pretend that he's a current InfoWars employee. He should go on the TV shows pretending that he's Owen Schroyer or, somebody like Owen Schroyer and fucking cry about it. That would be so funny. He goes more viral when he takes his shirt off. Yeah, it kind of does, huh? Because he looks ridiculous. Like, God, if Tim was real, he would do that. That would be so funny. If he, I don't know how he could set it up, but if he could somehow get them to think, or went on a OAN or something, and he said he pretended as if he was a current Alex Jones employee, and he was like losing his job, and he's like, "Oh, these liberals are laying me off," you know. And then you go a lot of places with that, but it would just be a funny premise. Oh my fuck, cursor. What happened? That's weird. Tim Heidecker, Infowars.
I just love wearing his skin. I love wearing the man's skin. What can I say? I'm like Leatherface.
Dude, he's a skinwalker.
The full bodysuit.
What I do is I cut up the backbone with my fillet knife and peel the skin back and slip in.
Go let's listen to Alex Jones a little bit more. He seems upset.
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th. Sale of Alex Jones' Infowars to The Onion rejected, and I'll get into this.
Latest Y-Files? Which one is that?
To confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure.
He could pull it off.
That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead.
For some CBS fleck, if that guy, what's his name? If the guy who got circumcised, he would not recognize Tim Heidecker.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland. We have some
here. If you want.
Tubular body.
We're fair and balanced. Let's hear upside.
Yeah, this is a story from December 10th. Sale of Alex Jones' Infowars to The Onion rejected, and I'll get into this. And
but yeah, they need to be us to confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. We're the fifth biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead.
That's why they're the fifth biggest,
only
man.
his nipples. You can't see his face. You can only see his chest. It's interesting.
Did he wander in like on a live broadcast without his shirt on?
I was taking a shower and I just heard the news and I came out.
A shower with my jeans on.
Oh, that's right. It's like a Bobby Kennedy thing.
He would be the.
Right,
yeah. Oh, it is a Bobby Kennedy
swimming
thing.
with Kid Rock.
That's what he's doing. Yeah.
To confuse people. By the way, it's a total failure. We're the fifth biggest newspapers. That's a lie. Newspapers are all dead.
I mean, if he just did a phone-in interview, like say somebody from CNN or CBS, let's say CBS, some production assistant, some 25-year-old, production assistant, emailed info@infowars.com, right? And Heidecker was somehow able to respond to it. And he said, "Yeah, I'm very upset about these liberals taking over the channel. I would love to come on CBS and talk about it." And they, however that works, I think it's different, right? Sometimes you just call in, it's a Zoom call or whatever. I think other times they send a camera crew to your house. So if it's the Zoom call thing, right, he could totally get that far. I mean, it's like those Russian guys. Which one is it?
I looked it up. The Onion gets less than half of the traffic that Infowars gets.
Okay.
They said they were going to be.
So what?
That was yesterday. Not tomorrow.
Yeah. So what? I can't. I love the time they're killing.
I turned it off halfway through it because it was ridiculous.
What a fun. If you guys just produce something of absolute no substance every day and just ranted about your breakfast every day, it would be similar to this Infowars show. Who's watching this? Do you think he's got an audience anymore? Is everyone just kind of like
he does.
Watching?
No,
I think
he's got an audience, man.
It's exceedingly less. I mean, this is the value of a show like his. It's always been people,
a lot of
sort of who didn't necessarily buy into what he was saying that was watching. I think it was always like it's the spectacle. Even since, even from when he was just on radio, that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was the spectacle.
He's a terrific entertainer. Like anybody that can just go and go and go like that is very entertaining. Especially when he's like S-faced, on other people's shows. That stuff with him and Tim Pool, that's gold.
We saw that. That was amazing.
Oh, we didn't see that. We should watch that.
So, but what are you going to do? Are you going to like send like a coupon code to his InfoWar users? Are you going to?
We would love to maintain. We'd love to maintain their audience and just welcome them aboard. And well, I mean, the main driver here. I'll just be pitchman for the Onion. By the way, like the Onion, I don't know. I mean, I grew up pretty much with the Onion. It's like the most one of the most legendary comedy institutions of all time. And I'm just like, I'm here at their offices. Actually, that's where I am in Chicago.
Whoa. Okay.
I'm like working for the Onion now, Sam. Like, I don't know, it's kind of neat.
What do they have you doing? Like office stuff or?
Well, it's funny. I don't know. Have you ever? When was the last time you had like a job where you're like in an office with like meetings and stuff? I mean, I guess you have meetings.
20 years ago, I would say.
Yeah.
Air America, maybe. I mean, we have meetings in our office. We have like company-wide meetings and got to meet with HR and all that stuff here.
Yeah. It's like that. I mean, it's like a big concern. You know, it's a big operation here. And I'm just trying to be the Rick Rubin of the situation. Here's floating in. I have an idea for a weird movie. You know.
Are you planning on selling any like health tonics or any kind of like testosterone boosting products?
That's a good question.
Well, we've got
We're selling fake
capsulized oxygen that we're going to be selling. Pure O.
They're going to know if it's not pure, though,
we actually do have
We're
a bunch
get
of
in
those
trouble
ideas
for that.
in the pipeline that we're going to be rolling out. So, like, like I said, first 3 months, I think we're going to
supplements is
get
like
all of
they
this out
don't
of our
claim the
system, all the
ingredients.
jokes that we all love to make about this guy and his world. And then, start giving money to
if you say something's
people
pure
we think are
oxygen,
funny and,
I think it has to be
know.
mostly
See what
O2.
happens, Sam.
It can't just be nitrogen,
isn't it?
you know?
And who knows? But you should subscribe to the Onion. That's what I wanted to say, because that's what they really want everybody to do, to support this, because the money will start going to the Sandy Hook families, and as this is what it's all about, really. Not to be too sentimental here, but this is like justice for those families who are still trying to get $1 from this guy after all these years. And this is a road to getting that. This is the way it seems to be going.
Were they? I mean, I don't know if you would know this, but
I would like to subscribe to it.
The family's happy that it's
How much
like
is it? Does it come
like
every week?
I mean.
They hate it. They're very upset about the whole thing, and we're gonna be fighting them in court next. No, I'm kidding. According to, I haven't talked to them directly, but Ben Collins, the CEO here, is like in constant contact with them, and they're thrilled. They're apparently very, very thrilled about the whole thing. At least until we start making stuff that stinks, and then they get very upset about it. But
they had heard that you were gonna
$100 for 12 issues.
I mean, I'm just double checking.
That sucks.
There was a little deflation there from their perspective, I think. And I do want to say,
is it
talking to
glossy
Ben
now,
and some of the leadership
or is
here,
it
that
still
we're
the
coming for you
newspaper?
guys next. Majority Report is next.
You should get them.
On the acquisitions table.
Hire Emma.
We're coming for you.
Can I retain my position, please?
You should hire Lee Camp.
Yeah, for sure, you, Emma, and then other people we're gonna be rethinking.
On a case-by-case basis. I mean,
come in and see me.
I really want to know, like, how much time Alex Jones has with this, because he's going to just get more and more insane.
I know.
Over the next couple of days, as an attempt to, like, I would imagine, like,
you should keep him on as a consultant.
Can he? I mean, maybe this you wouldn't know this, but I wonder if he can set up another entity. It doesn't seem like
sure.
InfoWars with
what
Z.
money? I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on there. Like, at some point, at some point, don't you just literally run out of like credit and stuff? Like, don't you just literally dry up? But the real heartbreaker for him is going to be when he finds out next week. We're working with Roger Stone, and Roger Stone is going to be a big part of the future of InfoWars.
Oh, why did he have a fallout with Roger Stone?
No, I don't know. He always used to have Roger Stone on. I think they're best buddies, but I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that Roger Stone is still alive, isn't it? Like, there's some of these guys that just seem to go on forever.
Yeah, there's
Roger
many
Stone.
more orgies
He's
for him
Nixon's
to attend
guy.
in Florida, so there's always the next orgy to live for.
Keeps you young, I guess.
I guess.
I don't know, Sam,
Why would
Emma.
she bring
It's
that up? That's
quite
so
a journey,
gross.
and
Now I had to think about
I wish you hope us the
Roger
best.
Stone and
No,
old
well,
Jeff.
we're working. We need to have a couple meetings about it first before we issue an official.
He keeps talking about Rogan's
endorsement,
penis.
or just it could cut a bunch of different ways. But what about
What did
your
he say
existing
about
show?
It's Office Hours Live. Is what you're grasping for.
Office Hours, is that?
Office Hours. He doesn't know the name of his show.
Yeah. I have to. I've got mouths to feed on that show. You know, Vic Berger is not in the best shape.
Right.
We need to keep him going, and give him something to wake up for every morning. And
so you feel obligated to Vic?
Yeah, sort of like the way Jerry Garcia felt about the Grateful Dead towards the end there. You know, just like I got all these people working for me, and I got to just keep the train going to keep everybody working. But my heart's not in it, of course. As yours isn't.
I mean, I think people can see that.
Fish and shit like that.
And I think but I do think people admire you for continuing on. For the sake of the
It's a
people.
legacy. It's a legacy project at this point. You know, it's just it's all fan service.
Yeah, no, of course.
Just going through the
he was probably more thinking of Joe Rogan's bald head as like a phallus.
We're not live.
You know, as like a phallus. You know.
We don't even if we were, it really wouldn't make that much of a difference.
I've never heard anybody speculate about Joe Rogan's dick.
All right. Well,
I feel like it's probably pretty small though.
Meeting where they talk. We're going to go through like an actual PowerPoint presentation and slides, and it's a real thing.
Thanks for giving us the big exclusive. Oh,
yeah.
Right. This was a breaking news story that we broke here.
No, not really, but sort of.
I mean,
in a
sort
little
of.
bit.
Thanks for giving us the
We sort
exclusive.
of broke it. Was this
I
the
love you
first time
guys.
You had seen it.
He's trying to hang up,
Jones
Sam. He's trying to hang up.
Fine.
I just said I love you guys, and I do mean
I love you too.
Very happy that they got you. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m.
It would be so funny if they fired Emma and like hired somebody funny. Like Professor Morandi. That would be funny. I saw people like not understanding who David Wilcock was talking about David Wilcock today, and I was really uneasy about it. Like, I don't know, maybe I haven't been paying that close attention, but I have always thought of him as an absolute fraud. Like, wasn't he in court? Like, didn't he admit to making shit up in court? Right? I think, or was it the other guy? Corey Good. I don't know, I always thought of those two as just like out and out fraudsters. You know, like they tell stories that nobody else has ever, stories like that I don't believe, that are like the Matt Gaetz thing the other night, where it's like, oh, there's this breeding program that literally nobody has ever talked about before, ever. Same with this guy. All of his shit about the fucking, the blue avians and all that. Like that stuff, completely uncorroborated. What? George Lucas got the exact Star Wars story from the government, and it all went down IRL like in the movies. I mean, I think what he's doing there, I've heard something about like the Star Wars story is supposedly like in some ancient text or some version of it or whatever. I've heard stuff like that, which I guess would make sense, it's like a timeless story, like father and son on opposite sides of war, and doesn't know he's an orphan. That seems like the kind of thing, you could have seen. Did happen a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. That's true. I mean, it's not like the flood story. Like the flood story is the same story everywhere, It's like many people document it. It's like there's not another story like that. Yeah, all my recommendations suck. I don't want to watch Cash Patel crash out again. It was really bad. What? This is the Onion? Fake coup to wipe out national debt. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've long said they should do that. They should do that, like, for sure. They should do that now with disclosure. They should use, like, an alien thing. Like, oh, I guess money's fake. Oh.
Professor Said Marandi, the sage, the oracle,
Joseph Campbell,
professor of English literature and Orientalism at the University of Tehran, joins us now as he has so often in the course of the last few years and always to very good effect. Professor, thanks for joining us again. On the face of it, this is an auspicious moment. If you believe that some unknown general in Pakistan is
I
the
saw
reason
people
why
sharing
Trump
clips.
has called an indefinite ceasefire.
I mean, look.
Well,
I saw a clip from his stream the other day, which I guess that was that Praveen video. I mean, it didn't seem that bonker. It's still, he was talking some shit about, like there was a solar flare in Proxima Centauri, and actually we're a binary system with Alpha Centauri, with the Centauri system, and the 2012, like there was a solar flare on 2012 in Proxima Centauri, and it was like, we somehow evaded it. It was like, oh, we got it. We got an extension. Because we're making progress, something like that. But he was talking about Luna too, which is like, you see what they do is like you have like a truthful element. Like he talked about Luna and Enoch, and then he uses that to go into his weird shit about Alpha Centauri, which I don't know why they do that. I guess because they're, incapable or too lazy to like find the actual connections to talk about, and they want to just fucking make up their own thing, I guess. I'm sure it's exciting.
You definitely wouldn't be a student of
I don't know, maybe
what
you know what? I don't want to say maybe it's true. I don't know. I can't disprove any of that.
I'm not sure who believes it, least of all the general or the field marshal in Pakistan.
I think that also, like,
but he does say he's keeping up the blockade.
Like, once you acknowledge that the Anunnaki could be real, right? It's basically anything goes. Like, then, not anything goes, but like, if you acknowledge that there's like these sci-fi like entities that have been here for thousands of years, there's a lot that they could have actually done in that time,
It's it seems as if the Americans are unable to impose a blockade, and that large numbers of Iranian ships are moving back and forth. Meanwhile, because of the blockade, the Iranians have prevented the ships that were agreed upon to leave the Strait of the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz.
No, I think Linda Moulton Howe, I think her problem is that I think she just gets fed bullshit sometimes, like Greer. I think Greer's the same way. Anybody who's been in this game for a long time is going to be fed bullshit. Like, you can say that the knock on that is that you're too credulous. Some people are. That's another tactic you can do in ufology, is just pretend to believe everything, which is what the third phase guys do. you know, or what they're accused of doing. I mean, they've gotten better about it. They used to just be like every fake ass video or every balloon. They'd be like, "Oh, is this a fucking time cube or whatever?" You know. They've gotten a little bit better about that, but that's a good tactic. I don't think Linda Moulton Howe does that. Hmm. Well, yeah, I don't never necessarily mean Sitchin's version of it. You know, I think some version of it. If you look at the evidence, like I said, I don't know. You know, I don't want to say that I know anything, but I'm just saying. My read of the matter is that all in all, like that, it explains all of basically everything unexplained. That like UFOs and the ancient mysteries and like a bunch of other like the human history, like our evolution and all. That would make a lot of things make sense. And you don't need any kind of like you don't really need like more exotic technologies or anything. You just need to acknowledge like advanced people here 10,000 years ago. Right? So like the fucking thing there was a huge 12,000 years ago there was a massive floods, all that stuff happened. It basically could have wiped out anything, for the most part, like but like the stuff that is existing that remains is like the oldest layers always the fucking biggest, most sophisticated, nicest, advanced stuff, and then everything deteriorates, which is not how civilizations work, right? Like you don't, I mean, maybe they do, but it does not seem likely that like you are, able to work at like the nanometer scale and then a generation later you know have fallen backwards. Um More Dr. J. Yeah, Dr. J keeps it real. Wants disclosure before she died. I feel like Stan Friedman, when he died, he felt like they had accomplished a lot because he died right after the New York Times article. I think that was really rewarding for him. Mushroom is technology. I mean, that's plausible too. Right? I don't know. I guess, like I said, I like the Anunnaki because it explains everything. You don't need really too much exotic stuff. You just need to basically acknowledge that like people all over the world told the same origin story and that they're telling the truth, right? That's a real thing. It's not mythology, which is what we should be assuming anyway. Just, if multiple ancient cultures are repeating the same thing, you should really look into that.
So we were supposed to we had a ceasefire, and Netanyahu undermined the ceasefire by carrying out huge airstrikes, across Lebanon, carpet bombing, and killing hundreds of people within minutes, because this monster just wanted to wreck the ceasefire. And because of that, Iran
Kill
said,
Die
well, if
Violence
he's
Guy,
going
welcome
to
in.
violate the
Glad
ceasefire,
you're
which
here.
the Prime Minister of Pakistan acknowledged was a part of
No.
the ceasefire.
I mean, they never said that they were. They never like claimed that. We or at least not until the modern, relatively modern times, right? Like the first couple thousand years, the story is that they are just like I said, they're sci-fi people from another planet who came to Earth, right? That's how they identify themselves, you know. And they're not gods, they're just like I said, like advanced people, like Star Trek MFs in caveman times, you know. um what asteroid seed theory? I mean, that's the other thing too, though. They definitely didn't like. I don't. If they started all life on Earth, because it certainly appears to be billions of years of evolution. You can see in our DNA, right? Like you can see how the fucking microbes led to us. That all fits. Humans Like, it's kind of a little hazy how we got from, Australopithecus to here, that we're not so sure about. And it could very well have been that there was a bunch of engineering going on in there. But I don't necessarily know if that's true, I think it could have just been that, like, they came here and, like, we were cavemen, and then they started fucking with us, and when they left, we were living in fucking, ancient Egypt or whatever. I mean, that's the story. Everybody says there was a flood, we got wiped out, and then after the flood, there was 7 sages, like, who were, like I said, star people or whatever. Which is also the story in the Book of Enoch and all, same story. And everybody's telling it, and then that stops around, the Romans come around. Asteroid seed theory. I don't know. I don't know either, because I don't know, like, let's say that does happen, right? Eventually, whoever emerges is basically going to have the run of the other rocky planets. I'm just saying, like, I don't think anything in that theory is, is contradicted by the idea that the Anunnaki have been, like, fucking with human life on Earth. Basically, like, human civilization's a cargo cult, right? I feel like that theory makes a lot of sense. But I don't know, like, what happened before that, right? Like, that's when humans started writing shit down. The first thing we wrote down was, hey, these fucking star people came to Earth and they showed us all this neat shit. Like, that's, like, basically the first thing, that humans wrote, or that we have, the oldest writings that we have is that story. It's like a space opera, which, again, is bizarre if you think about it, too. The first thing humans did when they moved into the city was write the most epic space opera of all time and then somehow spread it to the 4 corners of the earth.
Then Iran is not going to allow the ships from these 5 countries that are considered to be hostile.
You also don't even need to have
in the
interstellar travel.
Kuwait, Bahrain,
for all that to be
the
true.
Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Qatar. Iran was supposed to, in accordance with this ceasefire, to allow some of the ships to get through.
You basically just need, like, it's basically just like if the rich people in bunkers survive some catastrophe and then somehow manage to, like, live forever and are able to, like, travel around the world helping, the emerging caveman type civilization, right?
Then the Iranians said, well, as long as Netanyahu is not going to abide by the ceasefire, we're not letting any of these ships leave. So it took 10 days.
Think about it now. Like, if we had a disaster now, the 2 groups of people that would survive would be, like, hunter-gatherer types, like, and survivalist types, and fucking rich people in bunkers, right? So if that happened, and then 1,000 years later, the rich people came back and checked on the humans, the various tribal peoples that survived, and then showed them how to, like, start fire and, smelt metal and, work with stone or whatever. That's basically, which I can totally envision that happening now. I can see that happening to us, right? Like, if rich people were able to, like, go into their bunkers and save their technology and, were able to keep themselves going, that's how that would work. That's what I'm saying. So if the third world survives and then their culture deteriorates over the disaster whatever, the ensuing time. But the rich people are like fucking, flying around in hovercraft and whatever, using like computer interfaces and shit. They're gonna look pretty godlike to the, cavemen types.
Force Netanyahu to accept the ceasefire, even though he's still killing people in Lebanon, just as he does in
Who
Gaza
knows? I
every
don't
day.
know if they'd be cavemen again, but
Then the Iranians said, okay, the ceasefires in place. We will now allow these ships, because
they probably wouldn't be
the Strait of
living on
Hormuz was open. It
computers.
was open to Iraqi ships, Chinese ships, Russian ships, and of course Iranian ships. So the Iranians said, in accordance with our agreement, now that the ceasefire has been, obligations have been fulfilled, we'll
I
allow
don't
the
think
ships to go through.
anything.
Then
I don't know
Trump
why you'd
said,
think that.
fine, great, but I'm going to keep my siege on Iranian ports and the Persian Gulf in place. Because of that, Iran reversed its decision. So Trump and Netanyahu have for 2 weeks blocked the world from being able.
No, but the Bible starts off, it makes it clear that it's a continuation of the story in Sumer. So, like, yeah, sure, but, like, it's, I think it's been messed with, but, like, it's, like, there's real shit in those early texts, I think. I think the older it is, the realer it is. I think everything written, like time of Jesus and beyond is suspect, but I think before that, I think there's a lot of real shit in there. Yeah,
able to get fuel, oil, LNG, and petrochemicals and fertilizers from the Persian Gulf. Whereas the Iranians, until just a few days ago, they were exporting and importing as usual. And for the last few days, since
the most psychotic way
the American
possible.
siege, by all accounts, the Iranians continue to export and import. So U.S. policy is so foolish and so idiotic that they are harming the world, but they're failing to bring about this sort of
They
harm
weren't cherishing
that they
the
want to impose
oil.
on the Iranian people.
Okay, they weren't
Now,
cherishing
he
it.
says
That's the
that
problem.
the Iranian government is fractured.
He said that the IRGC is holding the gay Ayatollah hostage.
He's extending indefinitely the ceasefire. If any government were fractured, well, I'm thinking of all the Western governments
what they say.
at this moment, and they all look pretty fractured, indeed broken to me. But to what extent is it true in Iran that the tensions, which have always existed between different currents, different tendencies.
I just wanted to get an update.
The Islamic Revolution. To what extent is it true that this is causing governmental paralysis or even difficulties at all? What's the Iranian position?
He seems pretty smug about their ability to evade Trump's blockade, so that's a good sign,
on that.
Well, contrary to the narrative of the West, that Iran is this despotic regime, as they like to call it, where it's authoritarian and there are no alternative voices. In Iran, there's always debate and discussion. But in this case, the decision is made by the Supreme National Security Council, and a stamp of approval is given by the leader. The person that has been designated to take charge of the negotiations file is the Speaker of Parliament, the person who went to Pakistan to negotiate with Vance. So he has the authority.
Oh, yeah.
And he has the backing of the Supreme National Security Council.
Well, with all respect to you, as always, there remains.
What's going on?
Unfortunately, I'm losing you, Professor. Can you still hear me?
Can you hear me now? Yes.
The IRGC is cutting his
I just wanted
internet.
to say, with all respect, the
despotic IRGC regime.
The pattern or the picture does appear, at least to me, that there is a lack of clarity on the Iranian side on certain key aspects. It's not entirely clear to me that the Iranian government and its armed forces
Blockchain billionaire sues
are
Trump crypto firm.
going to extract
He's probably going to get
a price
disappeared
from their neighboring treacherous regimes without whose participation the enormous damage that Iran has suffered could not have happened. These regimes are co-responsible for the terrible crimes that were committed over the last nearly 12 months and many years before that against Iran. Are you going to force them to pay for the damage done? I hear different stories about that. I think the delay has extended.
First, I just wanted to add something. And that is that, I was just going to say that in the claim that there are divisions in Tehran are that claim should be made about the United States.
Yeah, no shit.
Because during the negotiations in Islamabad, the Iranian delegation never made any phone calls to Tehran. But Vance was constantly making phone calls to Washington and to Netanyahu.
Yeah.
And Netanyahu himself said Vance reported to me, just like other leaders report to me from Washington every day, which is an extraordinary statement. So it's clear that Vance did not have a mandate, but the Iranian Speaker of Parliament did. This, but with regards to what you said,
The Trump phones are not
Iranians have
returned.
made the decision. The Strait of Hormuz will be controlled by Iran,
Good for
and
them.
the ships that pass through will have to pay a fee.
Yeah.
Now, whether friendly countries pay a smaller fee and unfriendly countries pay a bigger fee, these are decisions that will have to be made. But already fees are being paid, except for in the last few days since Trump said he will keep the siege in place. But fees have been paid during the past few weeks.
So when they say that they have a blockade, this is an act of war, as you well know. As a matter of law, a blockade is an act of war. So to what extent is there a ceasefire if one side is openly boasting that they're committing acts of war?
Well, that is, of course, one of the very extraordinary things about the West in general. They wage wars, and then they complain about Iran controlling the
liberal
Strait of
media
Hormuz.
is controlling our phones.
I had a number of interviews with Western journalists, and they were claiming that Iran's control of the Strait of Hormuz is illegal. And I was saying to them, you should worry about the illegality of the war itself.
Let me tell you
Iran.
about fucking Gaza.
But apparently that's not
Jeez.
an issue for them. And so you're absolutely correct. The siege on Iranian ports is there to prevent Iran from importing food, medical supplies, medicine, or supplies for factories that produce medicine, and so on. Overwhelmingly, what comes in through the ports are for ordinary people. So obviously, Trump is targeting ordinary Iranians. But the problem is that Trump does not have a navy or a naval presence that is large enough to be able to impose that siege effectively. Now, whether that changes in the coming days or weeks, that's another issue. But the reality, George, is that every day that goes by, the global economic crisis becomes worse. Every day that goes by, this iceberg that we only see the tip of it is going to become more devastating and more deadly. And I don't know ultimately if Trump will restart the war in a few days or whether he will be seeking a way out, because it's Trump. And I have no ability in comprehending Trump. So
you're not a
I cannot make any predictions. But
Too old for Twitch. Welcome in.
exactly,
Glad
and
to
I'm
see
not
you.
sure a psychiatrist
Katamalama.
can do that either.
Welcome in.
with
I'm
him.
glad to see you.
But I think that every day that goes by is going to get worse. So time is not on his side. Even if he brings in a third aircraft carrier and troops, the Iranians are also preparing themselves for war. And this time round, George, if Trump goes after Iran's critical infrastructure, meaning electricity, let's say, Iran is going to go after critical infrastructure in retaliation. Whether it's the Israeli regime or these Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf, the electrical power plants in the Persian Gulf, you know what the weather is going to be like in the Persian Gulf in 3, 4, 5 weeks from now. It will be hot and humid, and they will not be able to stay there. These countries would fall apart. Everyone will be forced to leave. So by engaging in such a war and striking Iranian electrical power plants, they will force Iran to retaliate. And that will bring an end to these regimes in the Persian Gulf.
Well, just as General Winter has always been a great ally of Russia, General Summer is definitely marching quickly onto the battlefield. The temperatures, the humidity, the total dependence on air conditioning.
No, I wouldn't rely on that.
I'm
sure they'll figure something out.
Gulf, the
they have outdoor air conditioning.
On desalination for water for ordinary people. If Trump does restart the war, it's going to create a massive refugee flow across the world. It's going to deepen the crisis of the availability of fuel, oil, and gas, and fertilizer, and the other things which are vital and come through the straits. So
you have the watches, but we have the time.
I hesitate to say this. I think it's looking like victory for Iran.
Okay,
I think
George,
that
settle down.
Trump has already been defeated. The Israeli regime has already been defeated.
Oh shit!
By foolishly carrying out this war, they gave Iran the opportunity to take the Strait of Hormuz. And that changes the balance of power.
You still don't understand what they're trying to achieve. You know, that's the other thing. It's the same, like with Venezuela, same thing. It's like, what the fuck did you want them to do that they weren't doing? Now it's like here, they're doing a bunch of things in response to this that they previously weren't doing, that I'm sure you have a problem with. But it's really hard to say that, like, that's why you're doing the war, because those are all things that came about after you started doing the war. You know, doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, if you're going for the Israeli strategy and you're just trying to turn it into a failed state, that's a really bad look. Like, that's a bad idea. Like, no way you could sell that to anybody. So it's like, why is Trump interested in that? If I could Kalshi that, I would. Yeah. I don't know, though. Bledsoe, September. I mean, yeah, sure, but, like, they haven't even put forward, like, a... You know, with Iraq, it was, we're going to get the WMDs. You know, with fucking Afghanistan, it was, oh, we're gonna fucking get the people who did 9/11. They're hiding in Afghanistan. You know, there's like bad, scary dictators that we need to topple. You know, they kind of do that with Iran, but not really, right? And it's really hard for them to make that argument now when they are just like reveling in their brutality around the world. They're posting daily snuff films. They can't claim like, oh, we needed to topple the gay Ayatollah because he's so brutal. They can't really make that argument anymore. People do, but like not like Trump or Hegseth is going to make that argument. He just keeps saying the thing about the nuclear weapon, which again is bizarre that your argument is like the only way we could stop this country from developing a nuclear weapon was invading them, was like going to war against them. Like, yeah. Uh-huh. Purple Perp, welcome in. Glad to see you. Kill Die Violence Guy, welcome in. Glad to see you. Thanks for coming by. He wanted to bomb Iran to get a better deal, and he's stupid and tricked by Bibi. Yeah, I guess that's probably kind of what he thought. Like, he thought if he bombed them, they'd be softer at the negotiating table, and he could get a better deal than Obama. And he didn't understand that Bibi was fleecing him, or he certainly seems to want to believe it was his idea, Also, it could be blackmail too. Like, it could be like it could be like Bibi did to Clinton, where he just implies, like, if he said to Trump, like, don't worry, Donald, like, we will never show anybody the video we have of you at Mar-a-Lago, or at Little St. James. Don't worry, Donald, we will never tell anybody about your trip to Russia. We would never show anybody our video of, your time at Little St. James. I think some combination of those things, right? Like, if they had conversations about it. I don't know the Melania part either, because that seems like Melania works for somebody else, right? That's bizarre. I don't really. That really is embarrassing for Trump. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, man. I think he's like Jesse Waters. I think his politics are like Fox News boomer. Yeah, I don't think he's doing like 5D chess. Like, I don't think this is a secret war against China. A lot of people say that. I don't think that's true. It just is also a side effect of this other dumb shit. You can see very clearly this is what fucking the clean break strategy, this is what they've been trying to do for 30 years. This has been the long-term dream of, certain factions within the ruling class. And Trump was dumb enough to go along with it, I guess. So, like, do you think he didn't even consider, like, what do we do after we bomb them? Like he didn't even consider what to do if they close the strait? Like, he didn't even talk to anybody about that? Like, he had no podcast about what to do when Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz? Like, how does he not know about the Strait of Hormuz, though? Like, how does somebody who watches Fox News all day not know what that is? Like, how they've been fear mongering about it my entire adult life. He could do Sigma 5 and seize Israel for war crimes. I also think Trump can't reveal how cucked he is and how disrespected, simultaneously, like, how cucked he is by Israel and how disrespected he is by the Israeli government. Mm. Yeah. After the Maduro thing, yeah. Yeah. His deadlines are irrelevant.
And literally across the world. Now, I don't believe that the Americans are going to just walk away. They may actually restart the war and pursue a more deadly war than before. But it's not going to change the outcome. The United States cannot win this war. And if they engage in another war, I think it's only going to make the economic crisis much worse. And a global economic depression will be something that we'll have to deal with for many years to come. But whether he does so or not, the balance of power has shifted away from the West. And thanks to their own foolishness, it has enhanced Iran's position and all those countries who are having to deal with Western hegemony.
We'll call it a day there because the line is not great, but the discourse has surely been great. Professor Said Mohammed
The line is
Marandi,
not great, but the
thanks for
discourse
joining
has
us
surely been.
on the mother of all talk shows, as always.
Lauren Boebert was on Piers. Ryan debunks wild Laura Loomer plot. Is Tim Pool stupid? A liar, a stupid liar. I'm sick of this dead scientist story. Trump in full-blown panic? Is he, Kyle? Really, though?
It's getting real, y'all. It is getting really, really,
Why
really
is
real.
he talking
So
with
let me
a
show you
private
this.
investigator
Quote,
from a
we're
kids
gonna get
movie?
killed.
What do you
White
mean,
House in
George
full-blown
Galloway?
panic as economic outlook darkens. So Raw Story says the following. As the U.S. war against Iran rages, strategists in and around the White House are growing increasingly panicked over rising energy costs and their impact on voters who they fear will overwhelmingly reject Republican candidates in the upcoming midterm elections, Politico reported Monday. Launched by President Trump on February 28th, the U.S. war against Iran has sent oil prices soaring, with the average cost of a gallon of gas rising by more than...
I think most shit is just like it exists to give excuses, like stuff that's in the news media that's like prominent storylines. It's exists to give the fucking capitalist the excuse to do whatever they wanted to do or whatever they are trying to do, right? And like, you know, I am dubious that like oil supplies have been disrupted too much so far. You know, obviously they could be, they will be, right? But like, you know, Iran had plenty of oil offshore already, and like this is like a long lead time. You know, there's a lot of time for them to like make up what's gone missing so far. And like that's what the market is, right? It's like the price goes up to reflect people's greater ability, you know, desire to pay more for a product, right? And I think they have a harder time with OPEC and all. I don't think the market is able to control the oil price as effectively as they're able to control other share prices. And when I say the market, I mean like fucking Wall Street, right? So I think, yeah, we'll see. I think it will hurt the, you know, South, what's it called? South Pacific region the most, but, the rest of the GCC that can't export have probably had to shut down. Yeah, but like, you see all those stories about like all the ships heading to America, right? Like, it seems like they're going to be able to fill their tank up with something when they get here, no? Like, that's what I mean by like, they have plenty of time to like make it up, you know? But I mean, gas prices have gone up, but I think doesn't that what that means though? You know, it's like there's continues to be gas. It's just it's greater scarcity, so it costs more, right? Print oil by shorting futures with unlimited capital. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they have to move more chess pieces around to control the oil prices. They have to do more intricate Rube Goldberg maneuvers. Like in 2015, Obama got the Saudis to tank the market for him, right? You can do that when you have something like that. I don't think we have that ability anymore. I think a decade ago they were able to like lean on various OPEC players and get them to do whatever they wanted. And I don't think they can. I don't think MBS is playing ball like that. So they have to do shit like this, I guess. They have to keep these perpetual wars going on. That's like with Israel. It's like at any point in the 2 years in Gaza, they could ramp up fucking aggression on one of their neighboring countries and try to use that to drive the price of oil up, right? And they did. They certainly did. They come to USA for World Cup. Dude, that would be sick if they played it in the final or something. We could have sold at 110 a barrel, 95, but it's selling at $80 a barrel. Well, maybe they're trying to move product because they have all those boats that are on the way. That's probably what they're doing too. Like if they're actually enforcing the blockade, it's probably like, get you a real good deal if you go over to Louisiana. Hey, you don't want to get in that line. That line's going to take you all day. Come here. Here, look, go see my man down in fucking Louisiana. Go see my homie over there in fucking Texas. He'll get you a sweet deal on that raw crude. You don't want that Iranian bullshit anyway. Come here.
$1 since the war began. The single largest month-over-month increase since gas prices tracking began in 1967 under former President Lyndon B. Johnson.
All I'm
so
saying
worse
is,
than
like,
the crisis in the 70s.
whatever
and despite
economic
Trump's claim that gas prices
ramifications we
would
have,
decrease in the United States by November, strategists
I just
close to him
don't think,
say
like,
that no amount of rhetoric will save the GOP in the face of
it's like they want gas to be cheap here and expensive everywhere else, and I don't think they can actually figure out how to do that.
increased energy prices. Quote, the rhetoric around this stuff matters way less than the reality, said a person close to the White House speaking with Politico. It either will be or it won't be. If we don't see $3 a gallon gasoline, we're going to get killed. The average cost of a gallon of gas was $4.05 as of April 1st, with Trump's own energy secretary, Chris Wright, acknowledging recently that it could very well be until 2027 before the average price for a gallon of gas drops below $3. That could happen later this year. That might not happen until next year, Wright told CNN's Jake Tapper on Sunday. Yep. By the way, what happened? Trump got furious with him over that. Trump's all about the theater. Trump's all about the show. Trump's all about the false confidence.
Jamie, welcome in. Glad to see you.
Him doing that is him saying, no, you idiot, you're supposed to lie and just make people think it's going to be better. Make people think that it's going to get better quicker. Because if they believe that, then that impacts the markets. And then that it will lead to a temporary decrease in prices. This is how he thinks. It's all about psychology more than it is about facts of reality. And another way of saying this is he's a fucking liar, and he willingly lies. They say the rising oil prices have largely been caused by Iran's partial closure of the Strait of Hormuz, a critical shipping waterway through which a fifth of the world's oil trade flows. The Strait of Hormuz was briefly reopened to all vessels over the weekend before being closed to U.S.-aligned vessels again on Sunday in response to the U.S. naval blockade, which Tehran accused of being a violation of the temporary ceasefire agreement between Washington and Tehran. So, guys, they know. They know how bad it is. They know they're cooked. They can also desperate, just like... But there's no way out of it. There's no way out. How about this? This chart is going to blow your fucking mind. Ready? It's a good time to find a job. Only 28% say it's a good time to find a job. God. That's down 32 points. 72% say it's a bad time to find a job. That's up 31 points. Here's what that looks like in chart form. Oh my word. So even going back to 2022, which was like, viewed as the official end area of the pandemic, okay? Look at the fucking numbers, bro. People now look around and they go, who the fuck is, what are people hiring for? What are they hiring for, fucking OnlyFans? Gambling? AI bullshit? It's over. It's over. They're like, what jobs are there?
To
the entire
channel,
economy
please.
Is basically OnlyFans and gambling and AI hype, which is going to all blow up in a second. There is no real economy. The economy is fake as fuck. And people are aware of that. And that's why they go, no, this job market sucks ass. It's impossible to find a job. We've all seen the horror stories. So, I gave my resume out to like literally 78 different places, and every single one of them said no. Or, it dragged me on a little bit and then effectively said no. Like, this is where we're at now in this country. Well, how do you think that impacts voters? It fucking radicalizes people. And by the way, we already saw the blue-collar job apocalypse with globalism and outsourcing, right? All those jobs were outsourced to fucking China and Bangladesh and Mexico and all these different places.
Look, his
And
hair's
so our
different
factory
again.
jobs cooked.
This is 3
But
days,
then
3 different
everybody was like, okay,
hairstyles.
we got to go into white collar work. You know, those are the desk jobs, the stable desk jobs. Well, now because of AI, they're promising a desk job white collar work apocalypse. So the exact same thing that happened to blue collar workers, which we still haven't fucking recovered from. Now they want to do that to the white collar workers. And so now what you're seeing is they're fucking up, because this is one of very few things which can very quickly lead to a class consciousness awakening, where people, well, white collar workers realize and blue collar workers realize, is they look around and they go, holy shit, we are in the same boat. Holy shit, it is the 1% versus us.
How much
it is
is
the
it
capitalists
today?
versus us. And they don't care about you. You're expendable. You don't matter to them. You're like, you know, just part of the machine. As soon as they can find a way to have something do your job more efficiently than you, they'll kick you to the curb, and I don't
Where's
give a fuck that
today's
your
prices?
kids have to go through college. I don't give a fuck that you can't afford healthcare. I don't give a fuck that, you know, you're struggling to pay the bills. Fuck off. You mean nothing to me. Right? And so I'm telling you, between the Epstein class stuff, which was a real awakening moment for people where they realized the reality, the factual reality of class politics, and now this, there's an awakening happening.
Guys.
But the Trump
Hey,
people are
fellas.
fucking panicking because they know, oh, we really screwed the pooch on this one. Okay, so Trump goes on CNBC.
Reunite them.
And oh my God, I can't even fucking deal with this guy.
Julian
bro.
Casablancas.
All right, let's start with this one.
On where the Iran negotiations stand, we now know Tehran has publicly confirmed that it will send representatives to the meeting with Vice President Vance. What
There
do you
was no
expect?
meeting.
What
They
do you-
didn't show
Tehran
up.
did not confirm that.
Yeah,
In
they
fact, they
didn't
confirmed the
go.
opposite, and all these idiots just go by what Trump says.
Hearing at this point, sir?
Well, as I said 2 days ago when they said they won't send them, I said they'll be sending them.
They didn't send them. He just says shit. Bro, he's the president of the United States, and he just flat out makes shit up. He just makes it up. He makes it up and runs with it, and then everybody acts like what he's saying is real. It's like, what are you going to fall for it 784 times? Because like 783 times he duped your ass, and you're still fucking reporting it like it's true.
What I think is that we're going to end up with a great deal. I think they have no choice. We've taken out their Navy. We've taken out their Air Force. We've taken out their leaders, frankly, which does complicate things in one way, but these leaders are much more rational.
What the fuck are you talking about? You replaced the guy who issued a fatwa on nuclear weapons with a guy who didn't do that. A guy who hates the West even
$10
more
for
than
a
his dad
gallon
did
of
because
OJ?
you just murdered his entire family. They have no choice but to meet with me. Apparently they do. And they told you to kick rocks. He keeps doing this bit where he's like, we destroyed
Gold's
their
going
Navy,
for
we destroyed their
$20
Air
an
Force,
ounce.
they're totally
Ooh.
done, they're in tatters, they're in shambles, there's nothing they
Yeah.
can do, we're winning
Yeah,
this
they
war.
love that part of
Meanwhile,
it.
they control
That was
the Strait
Epstein's
of
master
Hormuz, you
plan.
fat, greasy fuck. That's
greasy
it. They
fuck.
win. They have a stranglehold on the global economy, which means gas prices go up, food prices go up, your presidency goes up in flames. Like, I know he's trying to just like put on a brave face and puff his chest out and bravado his way out of this. There is no bravadoing your way out of this. Reality has caught up with you. It's caught up with you. Your
Kyle,
bullshit
come
doesn't
on.
land when people can't afford shit.
It is regime change, no matter what you want to call it, which is not something I said I was going to do, but I've done it.
The night he announced the war, he goes, we're going for regime change. That's what we're going to do, folks. We're going to do regime change. And then whenever somebody accuses him of doing regime change, he says, it's not regime change. I don't know what you're talking about. This is not regime change. And then here he is like, we
so
weren't
hard
trying
on
for
the man.
regime change, but we got regime change, whatever you want to call it. Like, if you literally just took his comments on the war and just wrote them down, dry
it's
factual
like-
quotes, every single thing that he said.
Yeah, it's like 4 or 5.
It literally, like, on a daily basis, he
I don't know about
contradicts
a
himself.
gallon.
On
I
a
think
daily
probably-
fucking basis. Like, he'll go from,
No, yeah.
we won the war, it's over, to, we need help from our allies, to, we don't need our allies,
I
actually.
got some at
Like,
Aldi the
he'll
other
just
day.
go
It was $3.
backward.
That was
I think we're in a very strong
a half
negotiating
gallon.
position to do what other presidents should have done during a 47-year period. We have 47 years where these bloodthirsty people have been killing a lot of soldiers, a lot of our soldiers, and a lot of other people. They've killed 42,000 people over the last
42,000. It's gone up another
that
2,000.
number, by the way, if you're noticing it keeps going up and up, that's because it is, because they're lying. They're now saying they killed 42,000. It's amazing. It's amazing. You can bring, that's more than half what the official number is in Gaza.
But he
And
saved
they're saying,
those.
oh yeah, Iran did it in a much shorter
saved
time
those
frame.
8
And
fake
with
ones.
fucking no video evidence of it. I mean, it's just, the lies are so shameless.
And, you get to a point where People don't want to mention that. They don't like mentioning that. 42,000 unarmed protesters, innocent unarmed protesters.
Now all of a sudden it's innocent unarmed protesters.
He can't
Motherfucker,
actually believe
you're
that.
implementing
He
NSPM 7.
can't believe
you
that.
are spying on protesters here. You deported people for making jokes about Charlie Kirk. You locked
I don't
people up
believe
for doing
anything Klippenstein
pro-Palestinian protests. Who are you kidding? Also, this whole like, oh, woe is the innocent person bit. You just bombed a fucking girls' elementary school. You triple tapped a girls' elementary school and killed 170 precious little girls.
Many of them hung.
Precious little
So we're not
girls.
dealing with the nicest group of people, but we're dealing with them very successfully, and the blockade has been a tremendous success.
Oh my
Many of
God.
them
By the way, I
hung.
also love it whenever
He says
people say hung, because like, no, the word you're looking for is hanged. Talking about the protesters were hung. It sounds like what you're saying is
You're
the
so
protesters got
smart, bud.
massive dongs, bro.
Two
They
days
do have
ago, we
massive
will open
dongs.
the strait. I said, no, we're not going to open the strait until we have a final deal. No, we want to open the strait. They said, we're not opening. We totally control the strait, just so you understand. For all the
We
fake
totally
news out there.
control the strait.
Oh my God, what an idiot. What a fucking idiot. He might be too
totally
stupid to
control
know
the
how much
strait.
he's fucking all this up. He's saying we control the strait. We don't control the fucking strait. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, we got more. Here we go.
I mean, if you look at this, what we've suffered in terms of losses, we lost 13 men, and that's terrible. I wish we didn't lose one. But if somebody would have
so
said
many
we've done
more,
this and obliterated
that's
that
such
country,
an
obliterated it,
undersell.
and we lost 13 men, people would have said that's
obliterated
not possible
nothing.
to have done that. It's not possible. So we've done a great job, and I don't want to be rushed by people that are really treasonous as far as I'm concerned.
Treasonous.
So you're treasonous if you want to immediately stop the illegal war of aggression against a country that didn't attack us and wasn't a threat to us in any way, shape, or form. You're treasonous if you want to stop the war and try to prevent the absolute collapse of the global economy. You're treasonous, according to him, if that's your position.
And it's just, I watch this low IQ guy, Hakeem Jeffries. He's a totally low IQ person. And he's always ranting and raving, oh, this war is so terrible, terrible. They shouldn't be saying that when we're in the midst of a negotiation, because it does hurt us somewhat. It gives the other side some hope.
So now he wants it to be the case that you're not allowed to criticize the war. You're not allowed to disagree with him. Oh, you're giving the other side hope. Fuck you. Fuck you. Don't do an illegal war of aggression if you don't want to be fucking criticized. And by the way, I'm so sick with it. Have you ever noticed? It is an ironclad fact of reality. If you're talking about a black or brown person, especially a black or brown woman, he immediately trots out the low IQ thing.
I mean, I don't know, but
See, he's not even like your garden variety racist. He is literally an old school Bull Connor type racist. That's
probably,
what he is.
It's pretty low IQ,
And what's ultimately ironic about this is,
come on, Kyle.
He's the one that has the obviously low IQ. Everybody he accuses, he also did it with Ketanji Brown Jackson earlier
No,
today.
she's
Like
not.
Ketanji Brown Jackson probably has
She's
double
obviously not.
your IQ,
Yeah.
Don. It's just humiliating. He's so like
Don Lemon,
I mean,
Hakeem
he
Jeffries.
makes the country look
Come
like
on.
the absolute worst of us. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the worst parts of us, he smushes them together into one, and that's what he presents to the world. Like this is what an American is. Fucking incredibly stupid, racist, idiotic, entitled, right? Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, born on third base and thought he hit a triple. All right, more. Here we go. Trump also said in the CNBC interview, quote, I would have won Vietnam very quickly. Didn't he have like 5 deferments from Vietnam?
I would
for
have
his
won
bone
Vietnam
spurs?
very quickly.
So he ran
Who
and
says
hit like
that,
a bitch.
man? Who
He's the
says
definition of
that?
a chicken hawk. Somebody who
Oh my
supports
God,
the war but
who
doesn't go
says that?
himself because his daddy was rich. Right? And then here, I would have won that very quickly. You're not even winning the current war you're in quickly.
He's
You're
trying
getting your
to say
ass
the
cheeks
most,
handed to you. Oh
like,
my goodness.
And they said, wow,
Like,
that's going to be bad. I
the
said, yeah, it's going to hurt the
stupidest
market, and it's
and,
going to drive up the price of oil and whatever it is. But that's peanuts compared to what would happen if we let this happen. And I told them, 47 years other presidents wanted to do it. They never had the guts.
He literally just said the gas increase is, quote, peanuts. He's handing gift after gift after
God,
gift
it's so
to the
much
Democratic
more
Party
than
and saying,
yeah, he
Here,
dodged the draft like
here's a
8 times.
soundbite for you to repeatedly clonk me
Spurs.
over the head with. Like, that's what's going on here. Then they also ask him about the tariffs being smacked down by the Supreme Court. And this is wild. Listen to this.
That topic, there's a whole number of very large companies, including Apple and Amazon and others, that have not sought reimbursements yet for the tariffs, meaning they haven't tried to collect refunds. And from what I understand, part of the reason that they have waited is because there is a worry about, frankly, offending you. Would you find it offensive for them to try to collect a
I
refund?
think it's brilliant if they don't do that. I actually think if they don't do that, they got to know me very well. I'm very honored by what you just said.
Do you understand what's happening here? So now the Supreme Court said the tariffs are illegal the way Trump did it, and they need to be refunded, basically. Now, the American people got screwed here because you paid the tariffs effectively, but now the companies are getting reimbursed. You're not getting reimbursed, so it's already fucked up, and it shows how we're an oligarchy and a kleptocracy, right? We're a corporatocracy. So, but they say like, oh, Apple didn't ask for a refund, Amazon didn't ask for a refund, and they're not doing it because they don't want to offend you, basically. And he's like, that's wonderful, that's great, I love that. They should definitely do that.
Sucks, man.
By the way, somebody has a theory that like the whole thing was a ruse. Trump did the tariffs the way he did it, knowing it would get slapped down. And then Howard Lutnick and his sons are the ones who run the business that's effectively going to refund the tariffs and get a big cut of the money. And like Trump probably is cut in on that deal also. So it was another massive ruse in order for him to do something knowing it would get slapped down, and then they cash in on the solution. Right? They do this
Plus
in every.
they
do this
played
in
the
every
market because they knew
way.
how it was
the
going to
so-called
fucking
Board of
fall.
Peace. He's demanding $10 billion from U.S. taxpayers that goes to him, and only he controls it. Like suing the IRS. I mean, it's just the grift is endless, bro. It is absolutely positively endless. And then we also have this one as well, where Trump comes out and says, yeah, maybe we'll help out the UAE. Maybe we'll do a currency swap with them. Maybe we'll backstop them because the UAE's economy is getting fucked over because of the illegal war against Iran. Iran is retaliating against them. So Trump goes, I'll be your sugar daddy now. Ready? Here we go.
We appreciate all your time. If you have time, I want to ask you one more question. And, you know, we have allies now in the Middle East. Maybe some are we can maybe count on more than allies in other parts of the world. But
they're much better allies than NATO, that I can tell you.
The UAE asking the U.S. for
false,
some type of financial
Not to
lifeline. I don't know if it's
NATO, but
a solvency problem. It's more of a liquidity problem. And I know we did, Secretary Bessent did something with Argentina that worked out. Is there some type of swap possible, currency swap with the UAE to help if they need it? And do you think there would be backlash because it's such a or perceived to be such a wealthy country? Is that under consideration?
It is, but it's been a good country. It's been a good ally of ours.
Oh, my God.
And, you know, these are unusual times. They were more than anybody else. I mean, it was shocking because we thought that they'd shoot missiles at Israel, but not every other country in the area. And, you know, UAE got hit with 1,400 missiles. Now, fortunately, they had the Patriots and they had a great defense.
I can't, bro. He's literally admitting again that they were completely and utterly unprepared and they underestimated Iran when he's saying, we're surprised they hit all the Gulf Arab countries. Well, you're a fucking idiot because there were experts about who could have told you this from the beginning. That's what would have happened. And you didn't fucking listen to him. Oh, my God, bro. Oh, my God, bro. But understand what he's saying here. Yeah, we'll bail out the UAE. We'll bail out the UAE. Now, this is happening at the same time. What was it? Not even a month ago, he gave a speech to a bunch of Republicans where he said, we can't afford health care. We can't afford daycare. We can't afford any of that stuff because we're at war. We're at war. So let me get this straight. You're willing to throw money at the UAE, these wealthy Gulf Arab states. You're willing to throw U.S. tax money that direction, but sorry, we can't do daycare. Sorry, we can't do healthcare. Sorry, we just kicked 18 million people off Medicaid. Sorry, we just tripled your health insurance premium. Bro, he is, I think he might literally be the worst American president of all time. Of all fucking time. Just absolutely terrible. Just horrible. I mean, he's just a man devoid of morality or ethics or rationality or logic. It is impossible to really wrap your mind around the depths of this depravity. So he's fallen apart. This is, I think they realize, though, that it's over. And I think Trump's in a full-blown panic. And
you think so,
the economy's taking a turn for
like
the worse. It's only going to go down and down and down some more. And the war is not even stoppable at this point. So he is, as far as in over your head goes, he might be breaking the record on that front.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Single-handedly
Click the bell
bringing
as well for
frosted tips
notifications
back
when
into
videos
style.
drop. And watch that video on
Dremzo,
screen.
welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. It's so good to see you. Welcome in. I love that you're here. Did I miss anybody? Did anybody not get a personal greeting from me? I have this CIA programmed, brain trauma where I have to greet everybody warmly. And if I don't, it just feels like an itch. I gotta scratch it. That's what they did to me. I did it for you. I jumped in front of they were trying to do it to you. And I was like, no, do it to me instead. So now, it's my cross to bear. That's so sick. Can you imagine showing up at the protest, the nightly protest with this bad boy? That's cool where they go down. They go out there every night and bang pots and pans and shit. That's cool. Figuratively speaking. When they're not executing protesters, they do pink shaheeds, one-offs. Iran just made the American fighter jets obsolete in its skies, and a retired U.S. Army colonel explained why. Who's this guy?
Colonel Gaynor, what does this mean for U.S.
Colonel
jet
Gaynor?
strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
The skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed. My guess is that this was daytime. My guess is that the Iranians used what's called infrared. So they
He needs to get on top of it early, you know?
that used heat differences.
His hair is so great, he can't lose it.
The president did say that their radars roll
He
down,
needs that
and
hair.
so he probably can claim that legitimately. But the fact that there are still anti-aircraft kinds of capabilities that are based on heat temperature differences that can identify aircraft and still target aircraft is probably what got this F-15 now.
Colonel Gaynor, what does this mean for U.S. jet strikes and other aerial missions moving forward?
That the skies are not as safe as they perhaps presumed. My guess is that this was daytime. My guess is that the Iranians used what's called infrared. So they used detection.
He says nothing about like how scalable it is. That's my question. Because they've only gotten a couple planes. Like, is that the only ones they've been able to find? Or is that the only ones they've shot at, you know? Like, if they have some secret hack, like a way to spot these planes, I guess, I don't know, it seems like they would have more kills by now if it was like that. You know, it seems like it might be hard to do, or something they can only do at certain times. Hassan Abi Jr., welcome in. I'm so glad you're here. Nice to see you. Welcome to chat. Found them by looking. Yeah. I mean, this seems like it's something they could do more. I don't know. They do seem like they're pulling their punches a little bit, don't they?
A billionaire who says he wants to tax
They should be
billionaires
shooting
is not
down
a
more
selfless
planes
person.
and then
He is immune from that
filming
kind
hostage
of pain.
videos
He can
of them
do
beating
well
up
with
the pilots.
$999 million, right? So don't. What he's doing is that he knows that any
That would
kind
be
of
awesome.
transfer of wealth will never
Make a
affect
Lego
him. Once you
video,
get to be so
but
rich,
real.
you tax anybody and anything because you know you're
They
going to
should
make
turn
it
him into
through. A
blocks.
billionaire who says he wants to tax billionaires is not a self.
What? What did he say?
Person never affect him. Once you get to be so rich, you tax anybody and anything because you know you're going to make it through. A billionaire who says he wants to tax billionaires is not that any kind of he's doing is that he knows that any kind of transfer of wealth will never affect him. Once you get to be so rich, you tax anybody and anything because you know you're going to make it through. A
I don't
billionaire
know,
who
Jordan.
says he wants to tax
This is
billionaires.
like, that's like cope though. I think that like the idea like, oh, this tax on wealthy people will not be as effective as that's advertised, I feel like is a bad argument. You know, like they always do that, and it just seems like rich guy cope at the end of the day. It's like, oh, I don't even fucking care, bro. Or like Gutfeld says that he's not a billionaire. Yeah, billionaire apologist Greg Gutfeld. Like, what the fuck? Like, that's their go-to. There's no other argument. It's like, oh, that dude, this is not even going to be as effective as they claim it is. Okay, bro. Okay. Being the first day by the right across ambulance to vacuum north to safety. Turns himself into Israel after receiving first aid. Damn, that sucks. I tortured him. I mean, they almost certainly did. This is my favorite band. Yo, the wife beater's a good look for him. Dan. This tax isn't even gonna hurt the billionaires that much. You might as well not even do it, right, guys? Right? I mean, and who else is in that race, by the way? Isn't Steyer, like, probably the better option now? Dodged the bullet with Swalwell. Maybe we can watch that. I just want to look at that. What's this thumb drive that Ghislaine sent? Tyler Robinson thing. David Dole made a Casablancas response video. It's cool. I don't want to watch Kyle bitch about the economy anymore. Media song going after Exit. That could be fun. From existence. Yeah, that's new. They didn't have that before. UFO. So good. It's so good. What's the... Was the debate last night or tonight? I can't find it. Where did I put it? I'm gonna watch like 1 or 2 questions. Katie Porter.
for governor turned upside down as the frontrunner withdrew in a scandal. Now, for the first time, the new leading candidate candidate square off? And who will separate themselves from the pack? A Republican, Steve Hilton.
Everyone can see things have gone off track. Life is impossible.
Chad Bianco.
I see the dysfunction in Sacramento, and somebody has to do something about it.
Or a Democrat, Tom Steyer.
I want to make sure that we're on the side of what...
No, he's not.
Katie Porter.
People know that they're going to need someone who's going to be strong, who's going to be tough, who's going to be a fighter.
Javier Becerra.
Listen, I've been confident I can get those voters since the day I jumped in about a year ago.
Matt Mahan.
Well, this race is wide open, more than ever.
Matt Mahan. I'm rooting for him.
From San Diego
I'm rooting for Matt Mahan.
And everywhere in between.
He's my guy.
Across the country.
Fuck Steyer. Matt Mahan.
Debate
Let's
night
go.
in California. This is Inside California Politics, Governor's Debate. Good evening. I'm your host, Leland.
Good,
Bitter.
Leland.
It is the debate everyone is talking about after a plot twist which shook the California governor's race to the core. Eric Swalwell's departure led Nexstar Media Group to take the unprecedented step of repolling and restaging the debate in just a few days. Two new candidates have been invited onto the stage after that repolling. There's a lot to get to. Here's the debate moderators, Frank Buckley of KTLA and Nikki Lorenzo of Inside California Politics.
Thank you, Leland, and good evening. Welcome. We are live from San Francisco. This is Debate Night in California.
We would like to welcome you at home and welcome the candidates to the stage. Right now, we begin with the rules.
What's up, Weeders? Welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Welcome in reality. I didn't see you come in. Welcome in.
The candidate will get 30
Glad to see you.
and 15 seconds for clarifications if needed.
We will be reminding the candidates of those times throughout the night. The sound of a bell will ring when their time is up. The candidates will answer the questions with the first order determined at random, and their position on stage was determined by polling.
Our first topic tonight is the cost of living in California, and that includes the high cost of gas. We pay one of the highest gas taxes in the country, about 61 cents per gallon. That money goes to pay for road repairs and public transportation.
Mr. Steyer, the first question of the night goes to you. Should we cut the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Let me say that the reason that gasoline is so expensive, that our president, Donald Trump, has started an insane war in Iran and driven up the cost of gasoline for everybody in California. That has put $70 billion into the pockets of the oil companies who actually put him in the presidency.
Whoa,
Californians are suffering across the board. The biggest problem in California is that the Californians can't afford to live here anymore. The answer on this is not to give up the gas tax, but actually to have a windfall profit tax on the oil companies who have been ripping us off for decades. That's on the books. We can activate it right away. We can get the money, and we should send it directly back to California citizens. The problem we have here is a president who's out of control, who's driving up costs across the board, and we actually need to take on the special interest oil companies who are taking advantage of Californians and making $70 billion more because of this.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, what is your position on the gas tax? You have 60 seconds.
Affordability is not a buzzword for me. It's been my life's work, sitting across from families who have been pushed into bankruptcy by bills they couldn't pay, helping families avoid foreclosure or eviction when they were cheated by subprime lenders. It is too expensive to live in California, and I get that. I'm a single mom of three. I push a shopping cart and I fill up my minivan, which has nearly 180,000 miles on it. I absolutely feel these pressures, and I think we need to do something about it. But I also want to be clear, 82% of Californians don't breathe clean air today. And when we look at what that's costing our healthcare system, what that's costing people, we have to continue to make investments in having the cleanest fuel that we possibly can. So I absolutely think we ought to be thinking about how to move away from fossil fuels, and that means moving away from a gas tax and replacing that with the general fund taxes.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, you support temporarily suspending the gas tax. Some, including the candidates on the stage tonight, have called that proposal unserious. What's your response? You have 60 seconds.
Well, Nikki, Frank, it's great to be here with you this evening. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has called for suspending the gas tax and reforming it so it no longer is the most aggressive tax in California, that's putting an undue burden on working families like the one
I grew up in.
Yeah, man.
Look, I'm in this race because we deserve better
Yes, my guy.
answers. We
I'm
deserve
rooting
better
for him.
answers than we've been getting from the other
Mayhem
candidates
Matt,
on this
they call
stage. We don't need a billionaire who
Matt
made his
Mayhem.
money in private prisons and oil and gas that he's now
Yeah,
supposedly
get his
against,
ass.
or Trump's handpicked
Yeah, get his ass.
candidate or a DC
Listen to them.
insider who the Sacramento
Dude, it's gonna get
establishment
loud in a
is now
second.
rallying around. Let me tell you who I am. I grew up in Watsonville. Working class family. My mom was a teacher. My dad was a union mailman. I know what it means when gas prices go up $1 or $2 unnecessarily. I'll reform the gas tax so it's no longer the poorest, hardest working people in our state who are paying an unfair share to
That's why they call me the tax man. Yeah.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Frank.
That'd be a cool nickname,
Mr.
actually.
Becerra, you have said you don't support suspending the gas tax. Why? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, we need to make sure our roads, our highways, the potholes, that we take care of business, because every day people get in their cars, they take transit, they need to get to
They're
work, they need
fucking
to come
riffing
home.
too
The
hard.
last
They had to cancel it, or
is
they
a
had to freeze it.
infrastructure for roads and transportation that
They were
doesn't
fucking
work.
going too
I
heavy.
remember when my parents would tell me the stories of when they came with $12 in their pocket. They had to make a life here. They needed to make sure California could work for them. Let's make sure Donald Trump is not starting reckless wars to keep the price of gasoline down. By up to $2 a gallon, we can reduce the price, and that war in Iraq that Donald Trump started would go away. My parents looked at things like this and said, hey, help me make a living here in California.
Is that
That's why they were
Antonio
able to, at the end of the day, send my
Villalobos?
three sisters
What's
and I
his
to
name?
college, buy a
Villalobos?
house, make it so that they could
What's that
retire
guy's
in
name?
California.
The
We
former
need to
mayor?
bring down those prices. We have to do it the right way. I'll make sure as governor I tackle these prices, because I've been through these prices before and had to tackle them. We need someone with experience, someone who doesn't get on the job training the moment they get into the governor's office.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, you have said you want the total elimination of the gas tax.
This guy wanted to get rid of all taxes.
You have 60 seconds.
So
No taxes.
funding roads and bridges is a fundamental responsibility of government. We need to get rid of the rest of all the waste, fraud, and the abuse of the rest of government, which all of the Democrat policies over the last 20 years,
Demon
30
rat
years have created.
policies.
We only have the highest gas price in the
Oh
country
my God,
because
this
of
guy's
Democrat
fucking
policies
hardcore,
that are
huh?
absolutely destroying the oil industry, the automobile industry,
This guy,
and
he
forcing
fucking goes
those
hard
prices
as
up,
fuck.
forcing our
Wow.
refineries out of the state, forcing our
Damn,
oil
bro.
companies from drilling in our state.
The
When
refineries.
you send oil,
Dude, they're scared
make
away
it
the oil
into
refineries.
gasoline and send it to across state lines, and it miraculously becomes $2 cheaper, you know that your state is the problem. It is Democrat
Jesus
policies
Christ.
for the last 20, 30 years that are driving the cost of not only gasoline, but the cost of living in California up. We have the highest cost of living in the country because we have had one party,
Got a live one
Democrat
here.
progressive rule for decades that is destroying this state.
Mr. Bianco, let me ask clarification one more time. How would we fund roads and bridges if you
Gas
eliminate
crossing
the gas
state
tax? You have 15
lines.
seconds.
We eliminate all of the waste, the fraud, and the abuse that's going on where our money is being spent now. The number one
this guy's
responsibility
gonna
of
win, huh?
government is public safety. Number two is infrastructure.
Public
And if you look at
safety.
where California spends its money, infrastructure is way down the line. Don't say that the gas tax is funding
Mr.
our roads
Bianco.
because we have the worst roads in the entire country.
You
Mr. Bianco,
don't?
thank you.
What are
Mr.
you
Hilton,
talking
you
about?
support
You just
permanently
made that
cutting
up,
the
man.
gas tax in half and eliminating carbon climate policies.
California has
With
great
the
roads.
supermajority of Democrats in the legislature, how would you, as a Republican governor, make any of these changes into law? You have 60 seconds.
We have to make these changes because Californians are being crushed by the
Californians
gas
are being crushed.
prices, by the gas
By the
tax.
gas.
We have
This
the highest
guy.
gas tax in the country for the worst roads in the country.
You don't
and
have
across
the
the
worst
board, we have the
roads in the
highest taxes
country.
for the
You can't
worst
just make
results.
that
And you
up,
know
man.
who's really suffering? It's working
Billionaires.
Californians. It's small businesses. Most of my career has been in business. I know
I'm a
what it's like
businessman.
to try and run a
I'm a
business.
businessman.
The costs that are being imposed.
gotta run the government
on
like a
our
business.
Businesses and our workers in California
dude.
is just too much. And one way or another, all the Democrats here are part of this system that obviously isn't working. We need common sense solutions. We need practical solutions. Why are we importing oil from 7,500 miles away in Iraq rather than using the oil we have here in California? That's the kind of common sense change that as governor, I will be there to persuade the legislature to do, because they in the end want to help Californians too.
And just to clarify the question again, how would you as a Republican governor make any of these changes into law with a supermajority of Democrats? 15 seconds.
The first point is that to open up California oil production doesn't need the legislature because it's through executive action. The way that they've been closing it down is through an agency of the executive branch called CalGEM, the California Department of Geologic and Energy Management. I would replace
Dude, it's
the
the
people
geologist's
in there,
fault.
give them
It's
clear
big geology's
instruction
fault.
to issue permits to our oil industry to produce oil here in
that's the
California
problem, I'm
so we
sure.
can cut gas prices for California families and businesses.
Thank you very much. Nikki.
This next question is a follow-up question. It is for all of you. Should electric vehicle drivers pay a mileage-based road tax to fund infrastructure? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you. You have 30 seconds.
So let me say this. I think it is critical that California get off fossil fuels. Electric vehicles, starting cost is too high, and I would triple the credit so that people can afford to buy electric
That's a
vehicles
nice
and
credit.
no longer
I like that.
be subject
Can we
to
import
the fossil
BYDs?
fuel costs and the fossil fuel control. Should they be paying
Get
the
rid of
equivalent
the
of a gas
tariffs
tax?
on BYDs.
Yes. But the truth is, electric vehicles are cheaper. That is our future, and we need to move to it as fast as possible.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms. Porter, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I think all taxes should be progressive. The very wealthy, the billionaires, should pay more. The problem with a gas tax or a vehicle's mild travel tax is that it does the opposite. It punishes the lowest income Californians, those who have the longest commutes to work and can least afford fancy vehicles. So I think it's important that we fund this, as I've said, out of the general fund. We do need to move toward electric vehicles over time, but the reason they're not getting purchased isn't range anxiety.
This is an extension.
It's pocketbook issues.
Ms. Porter,
This is
thank
longer
you.
than it usually is.
Mr. Mahan, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
I would reform
Usually that code is
funding
really quick.
infrastructure by
It's really
issuing
quick.
a flat fee on all vehicles, whether they're EVs or gas-powered. Right now, gas-powered families, disproportionately lower-income families, people living in rural communities are paying 3 times more to maintain our roads. The way to achieve our climate goals is to
nationalize
invest
oil
in
and
innovation,
We should nationalize all of our
infrastructure,
resources,
smart
man.
targeted
Everything should be
subsidies,
national.
not to punish working people who
I don't
can't
think
afford an EV.
Californians mind.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra,
If
same
he's a
question
Brit,
to you, and
I think
I'll
they
repeat
mind
it.
if he's a
Should electric
Republican,
vehicle
you know?
drivers pay
I
a
think they're gonna
mileage-based
elect a
road tax to
Republican.
fund infrastructure? You have 30 seconds.
Well, let's think about our commuters and what they would want to see. I know that they want to see roads, bridges, highways that work for them, that let them get to work, that let them pick up their kids. They don't want to have potholes that ruin their vehicle tires and wheels. They want to have roads, bridges, highways that work. So I would say, let's take a look at all of the above. Whatever works. I'm not going to let our transportation infrastructure crumble. We have to make sure it's working for all of us. And so let's consider anything that works that the public can get behind. That's how I would do it.
Specifically, though, just to clarify here, would you support a tax for electric vehicles? 15 seconds.
If we see that that's one option that people support, I would make sure that we are funding our infrastructure. We can't let that go, because what we have is when we let our roads and our bridges crumble, people suffer, commuters suffer, and we pay a higher price. So we will fund our transportation infrastructure.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you. You have 30 seconds.
Let me make this very, very clear. California doesn't have a money problem. We have a money spending problem by decades of
dude, this guy again.
failures. Every answer you've
This
had so
guy
far
again.
for the California public, they're raising your taxes, they're taking more and more of your money because they refuse to stop their spending. No, I will not support a tax on mileage.
This guy's
No,
a
I will not support
wackadoodle,
a gas
man.
tax. It is the government's responsibility to have priorities, and infrastructure is an absolute priority. We are getting rid of all the waste, and we are doing what government is
What is he
Mr. Bianco,
talking
thank you.
about?
Mr. Hilton,
Like,
same
what does
question to
he
you. You have 30
imagine
seconds.
is
No,
being
we
wasted?
cannot
I
keep
don't
going
understand.
in this direction with Democrats constantly going for their insatiable appetite for more and more taxes for their bottomless money pit. And now the mileage tax, they want to track you everywhere you drive. No,
They track
I would
everywhere
veto
you
that.
go.
We need to cut spending and cut taxes so that we can give relief to families and businesses. My plan is for $3 gas and your first 100 grand tax free. That's what we need to do to make our state Californiable.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Frank.
Our next
Californiable,
question tonight
that's
is about an
great.
issue we all
Oh
see
my God,
every
how come
day
no one
in
ever thought of
California,
it?
homelessness. There are 187,000 people experiencing homelessness in the state right now. In a recent Inside California Politics poll, 86% of those surveyed believe the homeless problem has stayed the same or is getting worse. We want to ask a question about Governor Newsom's performance on homelessness. What letter grade would you give him on handling the issue, and what, if anything, would you do differently? Ms. Porter, we're going to begin with you. You recently gave the governor a solid A- when it comes to his overall job performance. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do different?
I can't understand anything she's saying. Are you gonna play a new one?
And thank you all for coming out, hanging out, supporting this festival once again.
This feels like one of those. You have 60 seconds.
Yeah. This is cool.
I'm a notoriously tough grader, but I would probably give him a B on homelessness. I don't think this has been an easy problem to solve, but I do give him a lot of credit for calling attention to the problem. When he campaigned 8 years ago, he was talking about housing when nobody else was. Our homelessness problem is a direct correlate of our housing problems. We're not going to solve homelessness without bringing down the cost of housing. That's why housing has been my #1 issue since the day I launched this race over a year ago. What I would do differently than Governor Newsom is fund homelessness prevention. It is so much more cost effective and so much more humane to prevent families from becoming homeless in the first place, and making sure that if they do lose their home, that they're able to land in an interim housing or shelter situation. We can't solve this problem because the problem keeps getting worse. For every person we put into permanent supportive housing, somebody else loses their home and takes their place. That's why Californians don't feel like we're making progress despite spending significant money.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. Mr. Mahan, you've given Governor Newsom grades ranging from A to D depending on the issue. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently?
Give me the hog opinion.
Well, Frank, look, the assessment does depend on the issue, and I'm going to leave the letter grades to you and all the pundits out there. Let me tell you,
this guy, he's like a Fetterman type.
We've created a model for the rest of the state. We've increased
Is he like a Swalwell type?
By 40%,
probably like a
primarily
Swalwell type.
because we have moved thousands of people indoors. I had to take on the establishment within my own party to change the way we were spending our money. We were spending $1 million a door and taking years to build alternatives to the streets. Instead, we built basic, dignified shelter, invested in prevention. When shelter was available, we required that people come indoors. We've reduced unsheltered homelessness in San Jose by nearly 1/3 over the last 4 years. That's why trusting government in San Jose has increased. That's why fewer people are outdoors. And it's part of the reason that our streets are safer and cleaner. I'm proud of what we've done. I'll demand results from every city and every county in California as governor.
I'd like to clarify and ask you one more time to give a letter grade to help voters understand your assessment of Governor Newsom's job on this issue. You have 15 seconds.
All right, Frank, since you insisted, look, I'll give him a B on Care Court and Prop 1 and many of the important initiatives that he championed where I've been proud to stand with him. I'm going to give us all, though, a D on implementation. San Jose has led the way. A few other places have, but we have not delivered the results people deserve.
Thank you very much for the letter grades. Mr. Becerra, we haven't seen you issue a letter grade on Governor Newsom's overall performance. What grade does he get on homelessness, and what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
Frank, I would say that the governor has made efforts. We've seen him come down to Los Angeles, actually go out.
Ends the day I take
Here
over.
he comes.
When we actually start is an absolute
them. That means the government will help them. How much is that going to cost, and where does that money come from? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, Frank, we spend billions, tens of billions of dollars right now to try to pull people off the streets. Do you think it's working? It would cost us a fraction of that amount to help someone who temporarily lost their job stay in the home. If they, for 2 or 3 months, fall behind on the rent, they don't get kicked out because we'll try to support them.
Oh my God, I want to see what the hog's not going to like that.
I save a lot more money by keeping them in the house than watching them hit the streets and then try to find them and pick them up.
Oh man, he's going to get so mad about that.
Thank you, Vicky.
Mr. Bianco, you have been very critical of Governor Newsom. What grade would you give him on homelessness, and what would you do differently?
Well,
you have 60 seconds.
I think we've just learned of the failure of the California education system, too, if we can't even realistically assign grades to failure. It is an absolute dismal failure, and anyone that says it's not is fooling themselves or trying to fool voters. We are not dealing with homeless, so stop calling it homeless. It has nothing to do with homes. This is drug and alcohol-induced psychosis, mental illness causing the other. It doesn't matter, but these people are suffering from drug and alcohol abuse and mental illness. We would have fixed this problem probably already had the Democrats in California, in state legislature, and our governor funded Prop 36 to give us the treatment that we need. I am on the front lines of this. I've been on the front lines of this for 33 years. This has nothing to do with the home. Until we actually start caring about these people, you have compassion to look them in the face and tell them that you're going to walk by them and ignore them. If that's what you're going to do, you're just a part of the failure of government. We are going to deal with this for what it is. It is not home.
Mr. Bianco, I just want to clarify here the second part of the question. If you're elected governor, what would you do differently? You have 15 seconds.
Every single bit of the money going to nonprofits and NGOs for homeless ends the day I take over. And a small portion of that will go to the funding of the drug and alcohol treatment centers that they need, the mental health treatment centers that they need, and then more importantly, the combination of
Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you've given the governor an F on his overall performance. When it comes to homelessness, has he done anything right? You have 60 seconds.
Well, by the way, I'd love to be in your class, Katie, if you get a B for what Gavin Newsom's done on homelessness. My goodness, of course it's an F. It shames our state, the situation of homelessness. We have about 10% of the US population, around 50% of the country's homeless population. And as for Javier praising Gavin Newsom for the photo op where he tried to pretend he was cleaning up a homeless encampment, literally Gavin Newsom did that 3 times in a row. Nothing changed. And nothing will change if you have one of these Democrats in power.
And he didn't fix homelessness.
My plan is a common sense 3-point plan. Number 1, it is illegal to live and camp on the streets. We need to enforce
What about the
law.
guy who said it's old?
We need to get people into the drug treatment that they need, and it cannot be a choice. Number 3, we need to get people the mental health care that they need instead of the barbaric situation we have right now in California as a result of these Democrat policies, where the main place where we're treating people with mental health problems is jail. That has to change.
Mr. Hilton, thank you. Ms. Porter, Mr. Becerra, I'll let you respond, but I just want to clarify the second part of my question. Do you think the governor has done anything right on homelessness?
No, everything has taken us in the wrong direction. That's why we spend, what is it, the state auditor found, $24 billion of our money spent on homelessness. They have no idea where it went because it's going into these non-profits and crony developers that are, instead of solving the problem, they are profiting
Okay, Mr. Hilton, thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Ms. Porter, I'll allow you to respond. You have 15 seconds.
If you were in my class, Mr. Hilton, you would learn in my bankruptcy and consumer protection class that the majority of homeless people in California are actually working. They're not just people on the streets. It's not just people with mental illness or people with drug or substance use problems. It's also families who are fleeing intimate partner and domestic violence. It's people who are double and tripled up. It's people who are living in their cars on our college campuses. Homelessness comes in a lot of different forms, and if we don't see the whole problem, if we demonize them from one perspective, we'll never be able to solve this problem.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Becerra allowed you to respond to Mr. Hilton.
Well, it's interesting to watch someone who has served as a talking head on a Fox News program telling us how government should run when he never has run any government in his life. And it's fascinating to see that he can do all these things, but he's talking about not collecting any revenue to be able to do any of this work. It doesn't add up, the math doesn't work, but then that's what happens. You can be a talking head and not worry about the consequences of what you do.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, let me ask this question. We know you have a lot to say tonight. We have a lot to get to, so let me ask you this question here. Mr. Steyer, the last time you were asked to grade Governor Newsom, you passed, saying that you hadn't followed his record closely enough. Are you ready to give him a grade on homelessness? And what, if anything, would you do differently? You have 60 seconds.
So I give the governor a B- on this. And I want to start with the single statement, which is no one gets well on the street. What I would do is make sure to keep as many people off the street, and if they're on the street, to get them off as fast as possible. Because only 1 in 7 people who becomes homeless starts with a serious mental health problem, either bipolarism or some sort of substance abuse. But being on the street itself is such a stressful, vulnerable, dangerous place that it creates mental health problems for many people. That's why I'm in favor of emergency interim housing, getting people into one room with a key, shared laundry and food. You don't have to be clean, and you can bring your animal. We need to get people off the street. And let's remember this.
Dude,
we want our cities
welcome.
to be walkable and safe. We want kids to be safe walking down the street. Cleaning up this problem gives us a chance to rejuvenate our inner cities, to make them vibrant, and a place where we're going to build more housing.
Dude, Steyer crushing it, man.
Mr. Steyer, I just want to
I think I might have to back him over Mad
people off the
Mayhem.
streets and into housing. Is that something that you would force them to do?
Let me say this. The point about emergency interim housing is this. People want to go to it. This is something that actually is designed to meet their needs, as opposed to the huge shelters or waiting 7 years to
sounds
get
like social housing.
which costs
That's doing
Matt Damon was saying it costs $1 million.
Public housing.
And the numbers I've heard are between $750,000 and $1 million. Being homeless for 7 years is an incredibly dangerous thing to do, and it's the most compassionate thing we can do is to revive the interim housing.
Mr. Steyer,
places they want it.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Mr. Mayhem, what's your response? Since he invoked your name and called out the figure there.
Yeah, thanks. Well, look, it has cost $1 million a door. I can show you the receipts from projects that have been approved across the Bay Area. It's worth keeping in mind, the only housing Tom Steyer's built has been private prisons and ICE detention centers. Here's the truth.
Lay off my man Steyer, bro.
And what Tom's pointing to is the San Jose model built. Interim housing, dignified alternatives to the streets. 70-80% of people have been willing to come indoors. There's also a share of folks who are out there who are unwilling or unable to come indoors.
Mr. Mayhem, Mr. Mayhem, thank you. Mr. Steyer, I'll give you 15 seconds.
So let me say this. My wife and I started a non-profit bank to basically go in and support the people who can't get financing from normal banks. We have financed 17,000 low-income housing units.
I don't trust you.
We have made sure that every loan is measured only for its impact on the community, either in terms of economic growth or environmental sustainability. And we don't make a dime out of it, and we absolutely never will.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Now we would like to ask a question about each of your individual campaigns. You will have 1 minute to answer this question. Mr. Mahan, we will start this round with you. Artificial intelligence is replacing jobs in every industry. Your campaign is supported in part by billionaire tech executives. How can voters concerned about AI trust your work for them and not the tech industry? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. I'm the only candidate on this stage who has direct experience with deploying AI in government and regulating it. We created the playbook in San Jose that hundreds of other cities and counties use to put restrictions on how technology is used. Being the mayor of the largest city in Silicon Valley, I am at the forefront of these technological changes. I know.
Matt Mayhem, tech CEO. Years old. Isn't there any new Kim Gordon show? This guy posts dope shows. Deerhoof. These bands are probably all great. Oh, Dan Meyer of Agriculture live at Zebulon. Just him by himself. Oh, and Leah live. by herself. Interesting.
That these tools can be harnessed to do great good, to make government more efficient and more responsive. We've
Nobody
sped up
trusts you,
buses
Mayhem.
and improved language access, but I also understand the risks to privacy, misinformation and manipulation, job loss, which is why we've put strict regulations on our use of technology that other cities are following. We've created the first AI upskilling curriculum for our workforce so that they aren't displaced by technology, but they can use it to enhance their work. I am not afraid to regulate big tech or any other industry, and as governor, I'll make sure we protect the people of California.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, you were chair of the Democratic caucus when Eric Swalwell was elected to Congress.
Oh, no.
You said in a recent interview that, quote, many of us heard the rumors. What rumors did you hear, and should you have pursued the rumors as a member of Democratic leadership? You have 60 seconds.
Thanks, Nikki. Yeah, you hear rumors all the time about all sorts of things. Rumors are not facts, and the caucus, or the Democratic caucus, is not a place that adjudicates those things. It's law enforcement.
The Republican guy is going to be so mad.
Then have investigations. I say that as the former Attorney General for the state of California. When I was Attorney General, we did go after sex trafficking. We did go after those who abuse of young women and take advantage of them. We did prosecute people. There was an individual who was a religious leader who was taking advantage of young women. We prosecuted that individual, and today he is in jail for his crimes. We have gone after people, but we go after them based on evidence and based on facts. Unfortunately, we have a president today who would go after someone based on rumors. That's not the way we do it in America. We have to have the facts. Rumors are one thing, but getting the facts really gets you to move. And let me just applaud those courageous survivors who stood up and told America what the truth was. And today, Eric Swalwell is facing accountability.
Was that his name?
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Frank.
Dan Shirley or
Mr.
whatever.
Bianco, you took an unprecedented action recently, seizing 650,000 certified ballots by your own county election officials as part of an investigation into election fraud because of an allegation by one group. The California Supreme Court has ordered that investigation paused for now. Do you believe California elections are secure? And would you consider taking the same action after the primary election?
Oh my God, ask my boy about that.
The results. You have 60 seconds.
Well, we're never going to know if our elections are secure because when law enforcement does legitimate investigations into the allegations, it's stopped by our current Democrat one-party rule in California, particularly our embarrassment of an attorney general. So this was a very, very basic, normal investigation.
Oh no.
The allegation didn't come from a group. It came from reports that our own records, county records from the Registrar of Voters that do not match the output of votes counted. So a very simple investigation would have counted those ballots to see if they match the votes. But we now have a massive political outcry from our Attorney General using political lawfare to stop a lawful investigation. And it wasn't stopped. The investigation was not stopped by the Supreme Court. It was stopped so we could argue these ridiculous allegations from the Attorney General about whether or not he has authority to stop that investigation in the first place.
And to clarify, would you consider taking the same action after this primary election if you don't believe the results? You have 15 seconds.
You made that assumption that that's why this happened. That is absolutely horrific that you basically said that I did that because of how I felt. If we get information, I've been 33 years in law enforcement investigating crime. Do you want me to start doing that with murders? I mean, this is ridiculous. This is an absolute ridiculous question. This is a ridiculous topic because we have an allegation of voter fraud. And Californians are sick of voter fraud. They're sick of politics, and they believe there's voter fraud. But when we try to fix it, it is stopped.
All right, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, you said you were deeply honored to recently receive President Trump's endorsement. That's despite the fact that 62% of Californians disapprove of the job he is doing. Are those Californians wrong? You have 60 seconds.
One of the proudest days of my life was the day I became an American citizen. It happened in a ceremony right here in San Francisco. So it is a deep honor for me to be endorsed by the President of the United States. And here's the thing that's going to help every Californian when I'm governor, is that we will have a constructive relationship and partnership with the federal government, which would be the case, I would hope, for any party in that situation, so that we can make things better in California. Work with the president and his administration to manage our forests better, to harvest the timber so we can build the single-family homes we need for young families, to work to increase California energy production as he wants to do, so we can lower gas prices, to fight the fraud in our government so we can cut spending and cut taxes, to work to enforce our immigration laws in all these areas and more. It will benefit every Californian to have a governor who is a partner on these issues with the president and his team.
Nikki.
Mr. Steyer, you are the only billionaire in this race. According to reports, you and your wife paid $5.4 million in federal taxes in 2024. You have said repeatedly, quote, tax me more. How much more should you be paying? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more. Have you? So you have 60 seconds.
Nothing
So let me say this. I'm the only billionaire on the ballot, Nikki, but I'm not the only billionaire in this race. The billionaires and corporations are spending big in this race to oppose me and to support the other people on this stage. In 2024, corporations spent $540 million to lobby in Sacramento. They are literally spending tens of millions of dollars against me. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax other billionaires. I'm the billionaire who's taking on the electric monopolies and trying to break up their power. I'm the billionaire who wants to tax the oil companies and make polluters pay. So when you say I'm the only billionaire in the race, yes, but I'm the person who is the change agent in this state. I'm the person who's taking on the funded corporate interests who are driving up costs for Californians in every place. No one wants to take them on. I'm doing it. They're spending tens of millions. And let me say this. On Earth Day, the oil companies dropped $5 million today against me to fight me on Earth Day. Thank you very much.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. And I just want to clarify for people watching this right now. Two parts of the question. You said tax me more. How much more? And there's nothing preventing you from paying more taxes, have you?
My wife and I have said that we will give the bulk of our money away while we're alive and in the process of doing that. But me paying more taxes is not the answer. I've said I believe
you can say that again, Tom.
Wait, no,
Mr. Hilton, Mr. Hilton.
I've said one person putting more money into the system.
Mr. Hilton, if you guys are both talking, people at home won't be able to hear you. So
if
continue,
one person puts more money into the government, that doesn't solve it. We need structural change. And in every one of the places where Californians are being ripped off, where it's impossible for them to make rent at the end of the month,
Mr. Steyer,
I'm taking on the special interests, and they're fighting back.
Mr. Steyer,
they're the person who's coming after me because they're scared of me.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Frank.
Ms. Porter, you've acknowledged that your interactions with an aide and with a reporter captured on videos which went viral were, in your words, a bad look, and that you could have done better. What have you done to address those concerns? And as a person who frequently speaks about being a parent on the campaign trail, what would you tell your own kids if they ever faced a boss like that? You have 60 seconds.
I apologized that day to that staffer 4 years ago. And I took responsibility then, and I have taken responsibility since, acknowledging that it was not the right way to treat someone. And that is a big contrast to what we have seen other candidates do when they have been called out for misconduct. I'm proud that that staffer in that video and I continued to work together for 4 years following that incident, and it speaks to how I addressed it. I work hard with my team to deliver for Californians, things like free COVID testing in the first weeks of the pandemic, things like cracking down on pharmaceutical price gouging, calling out a bank CEO for the fact that their employees couldn't pay for housing. All of my accomplishments have come from my team, and I would say that if somebody is treating you rudely, you should speak up. And that's what I would want my children to do, and that's what I did when I was being pushed again and again and again.
Annunaki in the basement.
To kowtow,
that's
to
my
give
new
in
party.
and defend Donald Trump when he was engaged in despicable actions. I wasn't going to do that for that reporter, and I will not do it as governor.
Ms. Porter, thank you very much. And with that, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to ask the candidates about an exclusive report that shed new light on a battle between California and the Trump administration. You are watching Debate Night in California.
All right, that's enough of this debate. was a debate. Stephen A. Smith's probably saying. It was a debate. To poor Miss Rachel. I worry about her sometimes. Dude, do you think that story is true? I mean, you think... Yeah. I'm rooting for Tom Steyer now. The billionaires are trying to silence him. You know? Is there any other good parts? Do we talk about Israel?
That we have people
English proficiency.
Whether it's the cost of living.
Support your party's
witnesses to
candidate.
provide
I've used that to beat Donald Trump everywhere we can, and I would do the same thing in this race.
Ms. Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, we'll come to you. If you don't finish in the top two on June 2nd, will you endorse your party's nominee? You have 15 seconds.
But we don't have party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat code on your screen.
What did he say?
Party primaries, but assuming there's a Democrat and a Republican, I'll endorse the Democrat, but I will make very clear to them and everyone else that the best resistance to Donald Trump is delivering results in people's lives. Just as I've done as the mayor of the third largest city in the state, where we're building thousands of homes,
Mr. Mahan, thank you.
Crime and reduced
Grace to the name.
Special interests oppose them. It's a small tranche of money they need, or getting rid of some of the licensing requirements they need.
Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, same question to you.
Bianco
What is your
is
plan
my
to
guy.
lower the cost of housing? You have 60 seconds.
We're going to all be honest about the problem. The problem is California state government. California state government created this housing problem. It is not that we can't afford a house. It's that builders can't afford to buld a house because of the excessive regulations on our building industry, along with every other business and industry in California. On day one, I remove all of those regulations.
I am a supporter of remote work, period. But let me say this as someone who has run lots of organization and lots of teams. There's reasons
I would absolutely hold
threatens the safety and health of our children.
Dude, this is
and it's
rigorous.
that is something which absolutely threatens them. And young people are addicted to their artificial intelligent friends more than their real friends. And so we are going to have to regulate these companies and have the courage to do it.
Mr. Steyer, thank you. Ms.
Steyer,
Porter,
get
would
him.
you support
Dude,
a law that
Steyer's
bans
so hard.
social media usage for kids under 16? You have 30 seconds.
Yeah, as a mom of 3 teenagers, I will say that every kid is different. I definitely have a kid. I won't name him here.
We know it creates mental health issues for adults. Social media
Like
is not a good
you
thing
are the
for us
textbook
to be spending
example
12
of
hours a day
the
on.
social
But it is
media
up to parents what they want to do with their
brain
kids. It's not up to the government to tell them what their kids are going to do. And I agree, there are far too many
Listen to Leah shred here. Thanks, Master. Shred. I wonder if Leah's gonna vote for Steyer. She's not gonna vote for Chad Bianco, though. I'll say that. Confident in that. Dude, who's gonna vote for Chad Bianco? He's fucking nuts, man. Oh my god.
educational benefits to these platforms, then there are dangers, but it's up to parents.
All right, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Nikki?
Time's winding down, so as we like to say in TV, we're going to switch gears and ask a bit of a lighter question so people watching can get to know you on more of a personal level. Keep your answers a bit short here, but since we're on a streaming platform now, we want to know, what was the last streaming show that you watched? Mr. Steyer, we'll start with you.
I think the last streaming show I saw was probably Marshall's.
Marshall, streaming show of Marshall.
Marshalls?
Okay.
What the fuck is
Miss
that?
Porter, last streaming show that you watched.
I took a lot of heat from my kids for this, but I was watching Heated Rivalry.
Okay. Miss Porter, thank you. Mr. Mahan, last streaming show that you watched.
It's the one with Kerry Russell. I think it's called The Diplomat, or something. The Diplomat. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Mr. Mahan, thank you. Mr. Becerra, last streaming show that you watched.
I wish I could tell you that I have time to watch streaming shows.
Oh my God.
I can't tell you that I'm much of a TV watcher.
All right, Mr. Becerra, thank you. Mr. Bianco, last streaming show that you watched.
I don't stream and I don't watch TV.
Okay, Mr. Bianco, thank you. Mr. Hilton, last streaming show that you watched.
We're in the middle of it right now, Reacher. One of my sons really enjoys that, probably more than the rest of us in the family, but it's been good fun to watch together.
Mr. Hilton, thank you.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to our candidates for being here this evening.
Dude, how could
And
you
we
ever
wanna
vote for
say
somebody who
that,
doesn't even have doesn't
we
watch
not?
TV?
Did we?
No, I don't watch TV.
Okay, we're ready to
Everybody
go.
got their answer
I thought we missed someone. We want to make.
I don't watch TV. What? Are you fucking nuts? What the hell's wrong with you? I don't believe that guy who said Reacher either. You'd have a better chance convincing me that, like, Leah was not fucking shredding. They're doing weather war. They're stealing our rain. They stole the rain from Iran. Look, and now they got it back. It's snowing. They were doing harp on them. Yo, Shred City. Alright. Sorry, I keep meaning to move on, forgetting to. Alright, it's over. Oh. Shit. Where's that? Where did I just do it? That. Oh.
Anyway, we're doing well, and I think that it's going to be okay. So remember
I
that
don't
this
know.
is all for me. My big focus on this show is a spiritual transformation that we're going through that has been predicted for literally 35 different cultures around the world. In their ancient mythologies, talked about the end of this 25,000 year.
Oops. Sorry, I'm trying to like refresh the I don't know. Maybe this guy was
Cycle,
suicidal.
the precession of the equinoxes,
You know,
supposedly around the end of the Mayan calendar 2012, and we showed you.
I wouldn't
sure
say I was
enough, in our
confident that he was
next-door
not
neighbor's
suicidal.
solar system, there was a solar flash on just about December 21st, 2012. That happened right over on Proxima Centauri, 4.24 light years away. It was released on March 16th, 2017. You dial that back in time, it goes to right around Christmas of 2012, which is only 4 days off from the Mayan calendar end date of December 21st, 2012. Now, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. I think that our star is in a binary system with Alpha Centauri, which includes Proxima. And I think that this energetic release that would have happened in our solar system happened next door instead, because, if you will, the solar logos, the Christ consciousness of our solar system, gave us an extension, decided that we weren't just going to get flash fried and cooked into hash browns, but we get to have another chance. That's pretty freaking good. What happened to the people on Proxima Centauri, says BAGH.
They got roasted, huh?
If there were any, then they probably got cooked up in the hash brown, son, because nothing's going to survive that. 63 times brighter to the naked eye. I mean, wow, it was a huge solar flash. We're talking about so much energy being released that it would have boiled everything on the surface of the planet, 1,000 degrees Celsius or more. Let's be very glad that didn't happen here, because that seems to be the big secret. Anna Paulina Luna's again telling us to look at she's a congressional representative, look at the Book of Enoch. It has a solar flash in there. I showed you guys that before. I mean, it is just such a wild time to be alive. It's so insane. It's so crazy. But at the same time, we have all these interesting things going on that involve, higher consciousness and extraterrestrials and disclosure. I cannot wait for this disclosure to happen, man. I mean, we've been waiting for so freaking long. It's like, just bring it on. And it was supposed to be on Tuesday, right? It was supposed to be Tuesday. Representative Luna sent a letter to the Pentagon. You got to get this done by then.
Where's my 46 videos, girl?
After talking to the president, introduces a bill. He just so happens to introduce a bill that gives the entire Pentagon authority to disclose, where no one group bottles it off.
Give it to me. What's Jeremy Corbell's secret? Hold on. Let me see what Carl the Crusher has to say. Does he have a real secret? Anybody know?
David Wilcock is no longer with us. This is really upsetting news.
It's funny that the
circumstances under which he passed away is also really upsetting.
What if there's like a clandestine war between...
Monboon_ says don't be a Luna and withhold from Matt. Give Matt your subs and bits.
Oh my god. Yeah, hook it up, man. Yeah. It's kind of slow night, huh? Well, this is a great place to be. I would really appreciate your contributions. Trying to do something awesome over here, and I really need your support, or it doesn't work. It's got to be awesome. Got a lot going on. Don't withhold from Matt. Let me love you. Okay. Everyone knows. Hey, thanks, Zach. Welcome in, Zach. Thanks a lot, Zach. Glad to see you, Zach. Hell yeah. If you gift a subscription, you see the LOSC. Oh, my favorite Lego video. Look. Everyone else is doing sensationalist takes about the deep state killed David Wilcock. Or, the aliens or whoever. No, not this guy, not this channel. The only place where you're going to get measured, nuanced, both sides, if you will. I think like the crank. Dissect it. And then, give you the real shit. Dialectically. That's what I do. Run crank shit, do a dialectical materialist analysis. And, it's nice. Psionic centrism. Kind of, I guess. Yeah, I mean. Nobody takes this shit seriously. And they do it at their own fault. Their own detriment. Luna Blue Bottom? I don't know. I think he might have just killed himself, man. He looked really sad. Maybe he had reached full enlightenment. Yeah, the only place you'll get good Kyle Kalinske Frosted Tips discourse. Yeah, and the only ones who will actually fucking... No. Everybody else has really bad takes on a lot of subjects. And this place doesn't. I guarantee it.
Setting to hear this because he is just directly a filmmaker and a ufologist. He wasn't in the secret space program or engineering program. He didn't work for NASA or JPL. So condolences go out to his loved ones, his family, his close friends. I never met David.
But I think the people who were complaining about
in common with him, with the work that he did and that I've done. Obviously, we don't know if this is actually connected to the other American scientists and researchers that were connected to the military, like Amy Eskridge, who was working with exotic materials.
I saw people talking about her,
anti-gravity and propulsion research, who also talked about UFOs. But the rumor is that allegedly he took his own life in front of other witnesses when he was undergoing a mental health crisis. And we have to wonder if some kind of influence was imposed on him.
Oh, do you think they MK Ultra'd him?
Was he manipulated in some way?
Interesting.
Was he undergoing something in his life that was very difficult? Was he running into problems or anything like that? We really don't know. It seems on the surface like our foreign adversaries would have a lot of reason.
I don't think he could be on that list, though.
To be taking out our advanced researchers and scientists to keep us from developing advanced weapon systems or technology in a pseudo state of war. It would be advantageous for our enemies.
Frankly, people are disappearing. Scientists are going missing. Now they're saying they're going to investigate this. The president himself is saying they're going to look into this and see if anything's going on. It's a little bit scary.
Kyle Kalinske Frosted Tip discourse, I feel like is worth more to me.
Even though it was last minute and I've had a really rough week.
But
that's kind of like every week. But somehow we keep on making it through all of this. Dude, I really wish
he said he had a rough week
out there doing global meditations, but right now it seems like I'm the only one. And so we gotta keep on track, you guys. I need other people out there doing this for me because I don't want to be a single point failure. If anything ever happened to me, God forbid, we don't want that to happen. But I want other people to be doing this as well, not just me. And I want to say something else. One of the things that I learned from whistleblowers from the cabal itself is that they have to work within something they call the rules. And this is very, very important. So I really want to make sure that this gets into the film. The rules are a body of spiritual principles that they must follow in order to be allowed to exist.
I told you this. I told you this part's true.
I mean that they are aware
No.
that there are benevolent
They know something
forces
that we don't
will
know.
prevent them from achieving their goals unless we give them permission to enslave us. Now think about that. Well, I didn't give them permission. So why did they put this plan for 3 world wars on display in a book that's hanging there open behind glass in the British Museum Library of London?
What?
And those 3 world wars that they're outlining are exactly World War I, World War II, and the war on terrorism. Because the rules state that they have to tell us what they're doing. Therefore, if we allow it to happen, we have consented to tyranny, we have consented to enslavement.
What?
Now, if you get into the secret history of the cabal, this was rediscovered by Queen Elizabeth, the original Elizabeth that we've heard about from the 1500s. Queen Elizabeth's royal astrologer, a man named John Dee, who is the prototype of the wizard with the long beard, the hat, and what he did was to rediscover, through these ancient documents that were in the Vatican, the technology of how to access what they considered to be spiritual beings that were useful to them, but what we would consider to be demonic or evil beings. These beings need to be accessed through a very complex set of rituals and ceremonies. You cannot just ask for them to show up. You have to follow very elaborate and specific protocols. If you follow those protocols, it's like having an IP address, which is what we use to go online in order to notate a website. Every website has its own IP address. These spiritual beings, such as Baal and Moloch, which they still do ceremonies for today, such as in Bohemian Grove, there is a giant effigy, stone effigy of an owl. That's the god Moloch. The god Moloch goes all the way back to Rome and Carthage, in which they were offering child sacrifices to this god in exchange for power. So John Dee rediscovered the
I kind of think
technology
this might be true.
of how to draw the magic circles, how to say the right
At least,
incantations,
like in theory,
how to
or,
actually do black magic
spiritually.
on a governmental level. This is what people are going to have so much trouble with once disclosure happens, is that these people actually practice black magic, and they are very, very good at it.
So this is really upsetting news, guys. Keep your head on a swivel and watch each other's back out there, especially if you're into this topic.
Your head on a swivel and subscribe to this channel.
Ryan has some original.
I'll swivel both of our heads for us. You know, like when you turn and you see there's only one head swivel in the sand, that's where I carried you. I swiveled for you. I don't know, I think it's some sort of market phenomenon that's causing the scientists to die. Some rich guy maximizing profit in some fashion. If I had to guess. Like, usually it's that. Sometimes it's aliens. Usually it's that. Everyone's been lying to you. Including this guy. This guy lies at the rug. I don't lie to you. I would never lie to you.
What's up, Editors? Patrick here with Vetted. Today we're talking about
he keeps trying to steal the snap from Chaos Moogie. Dude.
Sleeping Dog will be released on May 12th, but joining us tonight is investigative journalist and documentary filmmaker Jeremy Corbell. He's also co-host of the Weaponized podcast. Jeremy, congrats. Great to talk to you. Again, the clip, you're talking to the son of a former official who was in charge of cybersecurity at Los Alamos. He had a treasure trove of UFO files. What was in them?
Yeah, well, look, this is not unusual for me. I've kind of become the clearinghouse for people that have sensitive information regarding UAP. And sometimes when people pass away, their family members do reach out to me. So in this movie, which I did not make, by the way, this movie was made by Michael Lazowski. This movie is really about journalism. It's about First Amendment. It's about freedom of speech.
Okay.
And in those documents was absolute proof that the government has independently been studying the UFO phenomenon for decades, looking at and covering up the fact that they're looking at the origin of these craft and the pilots themselves.
It's really about journalism, he said.
All right, betters, please hit that like button. That really helps out the videos. And of course, if you're not already subscribed, hit that subscribe button.
Hit that.
All right, betters, so
Don't
what's
do it.
today's video about? Well, it's about Jeremy Corbell and a brand new documentary that is coming out about Jeremy Corbell called Sleeping Dog. Now, this new documentary about Jeremy Corbell is set to release May 15th of this year, 2026. So we're going to be taking a look at the trailer, but also an interesting news clip that just came out that gave us an idea of some, I don't know any other word to use, but bombshell information that's allegedly included.
Would you
inside of
bombshell
this
my subscriber
documentary.
count, please?
Let's do this.
Can
Let's
you
get
bombshell
to this
my
trailer
subscriber?
of Sleeping Dog.
Please.
We're going to react to the trailer, and then again, I've got to.
Can you smash and bombshell that subscribe?
We've got a lot to talk about today, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please hit like and subscribe and let me know what you think in the comments below. Yeah, look at this awesome UFO video from Germany. It is bright. I don't know if it's red in real life or not, but on the camera it looks red. There's a bright object just glowing in the sky, kind of drifting slowly. Boom, look at that. It's dropping stuff. And then it just kind of flickers out. Very intriguing sighting. Of course, not the first time that we've seen UFOs drop things or expel things. But then to have them both just kind of extinguish, really interesting. So yeah, let's see that again. All right, so there it is, bobbing in the sky, and then it expels something, and then they both go out. Very interesting. Did it need to expel something before it, went into another dimension or whatever? Did it have to jettison something before it did whatever it did? Or was that another orb or UFO or something that it released? Is that a mothership releasing a smaller object as they do sometimes? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Meanwhile, I have to report the sad passing of David Wilcock, who was, obviously
Fireballs
a
continue
legend in ufology. And my heart goes out to him and his family. A really tragic,
only
sudden,
fireballs.
and strange death. I'm still trying to gather the facts on it. So far, I've only really seen what the police have said. He did a live stream not long before this incident. And people are saying that he was positive and enthusiastic.
I don't know,
during
man.
the
He
live
seemed really
stream.
sad. He seemed incredibly
something
sad.
obviously changed, or maybe changed. Something changed at any rate. And he called
one of the saddest
police,
men I've ever
from
seen.
My information, he called the police on himself, and they arrived to find him with a firearm that he directed at himself, ending his life. David Wilcock, rest in peace, and I hope you have a beautiful transition, and I'm sorry for whatever drove you to that. You have to wonder, what really happened there, if it was that simple, but I'm not suggesting anything out of the ordinary, anything non-mundane anyway. But a very sad and tragic passing. Thank you for all you did, David, and I hope you have a beautiful transition. And again, I'm not suggesting anything out of the ordinary.
The truth behind the
happened with
missing
David,
scientist
but
revealed.
strange things do
TMZ,
happen,
no way.
and sinister and tragic things do happen. This is a boyfriend.
Yeah, she
of Amy
accused him of
Eskridge,
raping her, though.
relating how she was attacked by an energy weapon, and he was witness to this.
That event and what happened there.
Yeah, so when she was here, we were sitting on the couch, and we had just made popcorn. We were gonna watch a movie, and the popcorn in the bowl started to pop again.
Good show to represent.
It already cooled off, so it started to pop again. And
Whoa.
she started to like.
And you witnessed that yourself
It was in my
too?
It was in my hand.
Wow.
And she started to like scream and vomit. And she's telling me they're attacking us.
I don't believe you,
opened up
Sokol.
the door where the energy weapon would have been emanating from, because it was just in line with the couch. And sure enough, parked across the street in where there was a parking lot. But the parking lot is for a restaurant. The restaurant was closed because of the pandemic. The car was parked not in a parking spot, but like facing the door. And the front windshield was tinted, which is illegal. The front windshield of the car was tinted. And I thought
that's
that was
illegal.
very suspicious.
Cosmic
I
Jack,
ran
sorry.
back inside.
Sorry.
We went into the Faraday cage.
Oh, Bill Hicks, I forgot
and
to welcome
she was, like,
you.
trembling. We
Welcome
were
in.
really scared about that.
Glad you're here.
Simultaneously, they hacked my Amazon account and put a gun in the
They
checkout.
put a
like
Swedish
BB
made
gun.
penis enlarger.
Glock, whatever.
We just made
I have a
penis
screenshot
enlarger.
of that. So,
if you could send me.
So yeah, Amy Eskridge was indeed attacked by an energy weapon, according to her former boyfriend. So does that mean her other claims are true? Well, possibly some of them, yes. I believe Amy was indeed persecuted and attacked. Unclear if that directly caused her death, or if it led to a state of mind that may have led to her death. But yeah, there are sinister forces out there doing sinister things. And I'm not suggesting that David Wilcock was a victim of this, but it is where my mind goes. And that probably will not turn out to be the case. And I'm sure family members will come out giving more context on his state of mind in his final days. Either way, it's a tragic and sudden passing. But about Amy Eskridge, let me know if you think that she was indeed persecuted as she claimed, and that is what led to her untimely passing. And mainstream news is still talking about Amy.
The more we dig into this story, the more we find. After urging from the White House, the FBI and other agencies are looking into the deaths or disappearances of these 11 U.S. scientists. One of them is Alabama-based scientist Amy Eskridge. She was openly studying anti-gravity technology when she died in 2022. Her death was deemed a suicide by a self-inflicted gunshot wound, but she warned friends ahead of time that her life could be in danger. She spoke daily with Frank Milburn, a former British intelligence officer, about the threats she was getting.
Dude, that Milburn guy sucks.
She was murdered
He's
for
a
her
maniac.
work.
He's a Ryan Roos type.
I don't believe that she killed herself. I just can't.
Yeah, he's like a Ryan Roos guy.
And she told me time
Milburn.
and time again, I'm not going to commit suicide.
He's like Ryan Roos if he believed in UFOs.
If there's something suspicious about my death, it's because it is.
I believe it was. Meanwhile, when Eric Burleson was asked what the most disturbing thing he had seen when he had been briefed on UFO stuff, this is what he had to say.
Perhaps, like, what is the most disturbing thing that you've seen in these classified settings?
I would say the recent one that I received that was described to me, that was a military base. They had a lot of eyes on these objects. They almost had planned to try to at least capture one or try to get at least gain more information. And they were these things were very evasive. There were so many people that saw them, and there were multiple objects all at once. That was so for me, walking away from that and understanding that our military doesn't have any idea what's going on. Our intelligence community has no idea what these things are. That was disturbing to me. I was kind of hoping that they would at least have some indication or some insight as to what these are, but they don't.
Okay, see, that's disturbing to me that he says that, because obviously they do know what they are, or at least some faction does, or factions. The UFO control group seems to have many factions. They're shooting them down, so yeah, they can shoot them down, and they are actually interacting with them and dealing with them. So to some extent, they do have some knowledge of what they are, but the fact that he doesn't know that or isn't willing to talk about that is what's disturbing to me. Let me know what you guys think. Meanwhile, getting back to Anna Polina Luna and her comments on the Book of Enoch. What did she mean by that when she was encouraging people to read the Book of Enoch? Well, here she is giving a little bit more context.
It's the same thing Tom DeLonge said.
What's interesting, and I kind of went into this with Joe Rogan, is when we were talking to some of the witnesses, they don't call them extraterrestrial. They call them interdimensional. There's also this aspect of these things defying physics as we know it, and then you look into texts that were removed from the Bible, like the Book of Enoch, that actually specifically address technologies, if you will, that were given to mankind or of entities not of human origin, non-human intelligence. So these are all things to consider when addressing the topic, but based on what I've seen,
read it on stream.
Not speculating, based on the evidence that I've seen.
How long is it?
Yeah, they're here. They're other dimensional. When she talks about the Book of Enoch, she specifically talks about these beings giving technology to mankind.
Do it.
That's
I'll do voices.
What do you think she knows
How about
about
that?
What technology?
It'll be
UFOs,
like the night before Christmas.
Time travel. What
Med
exactly
beds.
is she talking about? Is she specifically talking about in biblical times? Or is she suggesting that that is still going on today? And if so, who are these beings? Are they other dimensional? What exactly does that mean? I have my own opinions,
but only for subscribers.
That, but I would love to hear from you guys.
The documentary
what do you think?
only airs
How does it all,
for subscribers.
shape up in your minds? Meanwhile, and this is very exciting to me, Filippo Biondi, who is one of the researchers that discovered, hopefully, the Giza megastructure. If that can be
I had an idea. You know what I'm going to do?
He is now 100% sure that there is a second Sphinx. I reported this on this a couple of weeks ago.
Why would you say 100%?
That there was a second Sphinx that he had discovered. Well, now he's 100% sure. Breaking news, second Sphinx discovered at Giza. Filippo Biondi, today I raise it to 100%. We have located it exactly. We're declared and now hold the high-resolution acoustic images. The second Sphinx is, of course, there. Well, of course it's there. And I guess this is supposed to be an image of it. Now, that's really interesting if this is indeed the second Sphinx. If this is, predating, what we can see, if this is like underground or something like that, buried by the sand, then it's interesting that it seems to have this, shape of a pharaoh. The head is a pharaoh. Because many people believe the original Sphinx.
Where'd you get that AI image, though, man? You didn't get that.
The head was a lion.
That's not what the pharaoh's head looks like. Who told you that?
Who
showed you that?
That was put on later.
That's AI.
But if this second Sphinx also has a pharaoh's head, you have to wonder if that's the case. But then again, we don't know exactly how old this thing is, or any details at all about it. But I can't.
Look, I'm the only streamer on this platform
maybe we can
with
get
a Felipe Biondi emote.
This, if nothing else. Meanwhile, here's Jeremy Corbell
you don't want
reacting
that?
to Trump promising to release the UFO files.
Tonight, like literally right before we
You could
came on the
own
air,
debunkers so
President
hard
Trump
if you
says
had
he's
that.
directed the Pentagon Secretary Pete Hegseth to release the UFO files. What do you make of it?
Debunkers.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that President Trump is, he
debunk
probably
this,
got exposed
MF.
to these videos kind of in real time. So the fact that he is asking for Pete
Never
Hegseth
debunked me,
to
I
put those
debunk
videos out to
you.
the public needs to see these videos. I have been exposed to a number of them. In fact, as you know, Elizabeth, I released video number 2 with George Knapp. We obtained and released that video of a UAP filmed by our military. It was in Syria, 2021. It was filmed by a Reaper drone. It's not what you're showing on screen right now, but it demonstrated instantaneous acceleration, and that was their determination, their examination of this UAP. So I really hope that President Trump, I know he means it, so we need the Pentagon to do what he said, release those 46 videos to the public, not just to Congress, so they can tell us about this extraordinary technology.
I thought that was interesting that Jeremy Corbell has already seen some of these, and indeed, maybe some of the 46 videos are ones that we have already seen that he has released through his sources. And I also found it encouraging that he believes that Trump does actually mean it. Well, we'll see soon enough. Last but not least, the squirrel getting drunk on fermented berries. Yeah, I've never tried that. Maybe I should look into
What happens to
fermented berries.
non-subscribers?
I don't know. Let me know if you've tried it. Yeah, don't.
I'm
try
over
this at
here
home.
feeding on
This
humans.
is not medical advice. Let me
You're
know
over
what you think
there
about it all
eating
in
on
the
squirrels.
comments below. Like and subscribe. Hit the bell to be notified of future videos. You
Just
don't
like
miss a thing.
Louis,
Buy a
the
t-shirt, buy a
vampire.
coffee mug, become a channel member. Channel members are rock stars, and I really do appreciate you guys' support. Thank you. Meanwhile, there's plenty of other videos.
Subscribers munch on human souls. Non-subscribers, they got that squirrel looch. Sorry. Squirrel looch is all you got. Squirrel looch. Yo. Squirrel looch. Squirrel looch. Squirrel looch. That's a fun thing to say. Squirrel loosh.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Casper Site.
This
How
guy's a
the devil are
dumbass.
you, mate?
I hate
Today
watching
we
his
are
videos,
looking at,
but
and I'm telling you,
he's
mate,
got a top 10 list.
some of the best UFO
See?
videos you've ever seen.
See, this is
I'm
why.
telling you,
This is a
these
bold
are
claim.
absolutely incredible.
Type of thing a
I've been building
non-subscriber
them up
would
for you.
say.
These are recent ones, older ones.
Subscriber would know better.
Check it out. The first one it's titled "The Most Clearest." Not very good English. Most clearest UFO sighting ever recorded. So many people have posted this video because it's absolutely incredible, and so many people have tagged me in and like. So thank you. Make sure you go and follow me on X.
I don't know if
okay?
he's doing a bit.
Now, this
Maybe
Truth Poll
he's
says
playing
2-minute
a dumb
close,
guy.
UFO
He seems
print
really
near
dumb.
Nellis, USA, gained traction. Come on! A bright object holds frame for an extended period with slight shape shifts and steady glow. Now, I've got to be honest with you. As soon as I clicked on play, I was like, wow, I'm saving it.
Sounds
so
like
I've not
Billy
actually seen
Butcher.
it all the way through. Some say it's distant aircraft or star distorted by zoom and focus. It's not a star, okay? Others point into the duration and apparent proximity as unusual. Long clips tend to reveal patterns, not just moments. The behavior here looks stable, but the clarity doesn't improve the way you'd expect it.
I bet you says cunt a lot when the camera's not rolling.
When something stays in view that long, the key question isn't what just is it, but why it never resolves. What people are baffled about is that not because of the craft itself, but the fact that why it has lights. Okay, so this thing has lights. It's like a magical bloody thing going on here. Let's take a little look, right?
I need to like Velcro this thing to my pants. It slides right off.
This is mad. In Nellis, USA, baby. Come on.
That's gotta be fake.
No, you can tell it's from a far distance because every single jerk motion, like it's moving so much. That's full on zoom. I can tell that.
Wow.
I mean, that looks so stereotypical of a UFO, right? But it looks stereotypical of a. Oh look, you can see the distance now. What the fuck? Okay,
I don't know, that looks pretty real.
What is going on?
I don't know.
But it looks like a stereotypical UFO.
Yeah, maybe
from
that's
the
real.
60s. Look at it. Wobbling around.
How come Homeboy's not freaking out? What's up, Garden Snake? Welcome in. Nice to see you. I'm glad you're here.
I'm just trying to work out what this guy's doing, like why he's... Or I should say why he's not talking about it, right? Or not mesmerized, or not speaking to himself, saying, what the fuck is that, you know? Or calling people, or...
I mean, it certainly doesn't look fake.
Mate, that's an actual UFO. Unidentified flying bloody object. What do you think of that?
I don't know,
If you
man.
feel that's good,
What is that?
you just wait. What are people saying about it? Why do aliens use electricity for light? How do you know it's electricity?
Yeah, they look like
Did they acquire the
diodes.
technology from Earth? Maybe. Oh, man. Oh, actually, that's just made me think of another video.
I mean,
that
it's probably
been putting
human
together
made.
That, mate, some people have been saying stuff about aliens and, oh, man, it's going to be good, man. Geez, these aliens use so many LEDs in their crafts. They're just, yeah, I mean, look, it could be
LEDs
a
seem
gimmick,
like
it could be a prank, it could be somebody's, what they've made.
Seems like it's a pretty
and maybe this
universal
explains why
solution to a
he's
problem.
not having much, maybe he made it, right?
They're just
Hung
light
it up
emitting
off a crane or
diodes.
something.
Like, seems like kind of technology
I
that
don't
other
know,
people
man.
would
I
come
don't
up
know.
with.
It's odd, but anyway, next one. Key
It's like saying, like, oh, surprised that aliens
thank
use
you for the people
electricity.
who posting these things to me. While awaiting Trump's statement of UFOs, mysterious footage arrived in Orlando, USA, baby, come on! Why is it always in the United States of America? Look, it's not always in the United States of America. But, you know, there are a lot of things
Do you
going
think Laura
on
Loomer
in
could get
America,
disclosure,
and generally,
maybe?
I suppose there's always a lot of stuff going on in America, like, you know, crazy stuff, hazards, wars, and all that sort of stuff. A lot of people do say that UFOs they hang around in areas that, like, has hazards and stuff, you know? Which, in fact,
And there's
goes on
always
to another
hazards
video
here.
that I'm going to be creating soon. I think that's a bit of an old saying now, because I've shown you so many videos of UFOs around the world. It's not always the United States of America, baby. Come on.
It has to do with like people who keep track of it. You know, there's more hobbyist groups in the U.S., so there's more reports.
What is that?
They don't have people to keep track of them in most countries.
What is that?
It looks like a car floating in the sky.
They're hobbyist groups that keep track of them.
What?
At least officially, you know,
massive.
Government officially doesn't do it. I'm sure they do, but
What is it?
It's blinking too. It's bloody blinking.
It's bloody blinking. Abe Blink? Did you say Abe Lincoln?
Oh my god.
Oh my god. That sounds sexy.
Oh!
Damn,
Okay,
dude,
that
look at
just
that
got
thing.
really interesting. What the hell, mate? What was it like was it a video that I did a while ago that suggested that these orbs are almost like the energy source for the main thing that you see? What was it? There was something I did a while ago that showed the similar thing. You're looking at one big bloody UFO, but then there's orbs flying around it. That is peculiar, man. I don't know what to say about that. I'm telling you, mate, these are bloody brilliant. Look at this one. UFO Mania on X again. Bizarre UFO footage from New Mexico. Now, this one, I was hesitant to use. I thought it was a helicopter. I was like, this is just a helicopter. But people sent me this. It doesn't... Like, there's too many glittery lights going on about this. It doesn't sound... I mean, for a helicopter that size, that's fucking ridiculous. That would be so loud. It almost looks like a TR-3B shape, right?
Stealth copter?
What is that? It just... Mate. Is that a reflection from inside the window? Nah, it's not, mate. Look at that. What the fuck?
It's not a reflection. Damn, right, look at that thing.
What is going on? Orbs?
No, that looks like a thing.
Mate, is that a TR?
Yeah. That looks like a TR-3B.
There's probably one of you right now shouting at the screen saying, I know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
What is that? I haven't seen this part yet.
A lot of people report this craft.
Oh, was that two of them?
Yeah, it looks like two of them.
You can hear it though, right? Drones? Are they drones?
Maybe it's a drone swarm, I guess. No, that looks like an actual craft.
Oh my god, what are people saying? A drone swarm display for entertainment purposes only. What, over a fucking supermarket?
Right. The bunkers just say anything.
200 different viral
bunkers
videos
just
of
say
it.
anything.
AI was made all UFO videos suspect
That's
now.
not what
I don't think
AI
that's
looks
AI,
like,
mate.
though, man.
That's not AI.
No.
The
bunkers just say
it's
that.
definitely real.
They just want to
But
like.
I'm thinking maybe. Look at this thing. But why does it
So
glow
confusion.
up like that? That's what I'm. If it was drones, I get it. But why is it glowing up like that? Yeah, I know drones have lights on them. Okay, get off my back. But look. Oh, I don't know. Okay, moving on. Genide, however you pronounce the name, UFO research, flying saucer filmed in Vietnam in 2023. Vietnam. Look at this thing. And what's that, by the way? What's that? Look at this. It's got lights. 2023. How good is that? It's just rocking Balboa. It's Rocky Balboa.
What does that mean?
It reminds me of this thing. Jesus. I know, right? Right? That ain't a drone. No. That's incredible. Mate, I've got some more. Check this. Oh, here we go. Look, I like how they have flashing lights like airplanes. Good stuff, Genide. Look at this. Flying towards you. Flying away from you. Passing. Oh, that's really good. I'm going to save that. Oh, mate. Okay. UAP Wixie, okay, over on X. Make sure you follow. This family at the water's edge, skimming rocks when they see this. Get ready. All right? A classic flying saucer with the wobble they say UFOs have. Yes, indeed, they do. Here's the image.
They say.
Right? That's what they see. And here's the video. Come on!
Un grupo de amigos disfrutando un día de playa es interrumpido por algo. Como ves, un platillo volador clásico se aproxima a ellos de forma sigilosa. La grabación, aunque antigua, parece legítima.
Jesus Christ, man, you had one job.
La grabación, aunque antigua.
Look at that. And wobbling as well.
Antigua, parece legítima. Mira con detalle el objeto.
Look at that, mate. That's such a fucking classic UFO, eh?
UFO.
Bloody brilliant.
OVNI.
Even the emoji's bloody happy, look. Look at that. I told you, mate. I told you. These are so bloody good, okay? Right, here's another one. Okay, right. This is before... I've shown you this before, I think. Like, maybe a couple of years ago. I don't know. Azek OEAV over on X says, what the F? This here is undeniable, my dear friends. I saw this triangular craft hovering in the sky and spinning north, Idaho, near Lake Pend Oriel. If that's how you pronounce it. Oriel, whatever. Just after dawn, it seemed to be floating, making no noise. My animals got agitated by its presence, and it disappeared seconds later. I was scared, but also fascinated. I felt privileged that that they let me see them. Look at this, mate. Like, come on. This is straight out of a bloody movie. Over his farm, seeing an UFO like that. Even the clouds are saying, yeah, you're seeing something here, mate. Is that a TR-3B? Look at that, come on.
OVNI.
Making no noise. It's the shape of a TR-3B, right? But it might not be, because I think is a TR-3B bigger than that? I don't know. Look at that, mate. How it just hovers there is absolutely amazing. That's so bloody good, man. So bloody good. And look at this one, right? talking about the you want to see that flying around at night, do you? Okay, I'll show you it. I'll bloody show you it, mate. Check out this. This is over on Facebook, yeah? USS Russell Pyramid footage, 2019. This is what that bloody thing looks like, flying about, flapping about at night. Look at that. Night vision. Infrared footage. Mate. Literally as well, last week I was shopping for a camera. I've got a new camera. Hopefully you've noticed a better visual on my web on my DSLR camera, right, versus like a couple of weeks ago. But I'm gonna buy the same camera again, and I'm gonna get it so it's got full spectrum. And I'm going to go out.
Bokeh.
Summer's coming. I'm going to go out using it, mate. So you'll see the ultraviolet, all that sort of stuff to find UFOs. So I know I've got the psionics night vision, which was great. It really was great.
Night vision,
but I want to go one step above, man. Because the thing is, when you crop in like that much in the sky, there's only, you can't see much. I want an open boom and a zoom bang. And seeing all this, but look at this, mate. I'm sorry, I've not even been paying attention. It's only 17 seconds. Look at this.
Subscribers only, though.
Oh man, I would absolutely cream if I saw something like that up in the sky. I would absolutely cream.
Mega open.
Mate, that's so cool. Look at it. Look at it blinking, but the whole thing's blinking.
Okay.
Right, last one. This, mate. We're going out with a bang. We're going out with a bang.
Come on, dude.
I'm thinking this is real, but you remember about the one we saw earlier about the classic UFO shape? Look at this. Okay. UFO Life. This is over on Instagram, okay? Clear UFO sighting in Colombia.
Colombia.
Do you see that? Look at that.
Oh yeah, I remember this one. UFO. Yeah, that shit's wild.
Like, what's all the... I think that has been enhanced by AI, and the AI has added bits of junk underneath it. So forget about that close-up, right? I'll zoom in for you here.
Colombia, 2025. UFO.
Like that's a normal zoom in, but then AI goes, oh, what's this little bit down here?
Archive.
Make loads of fucking wires. I don't know. That's the shape though. That's the shape. But look, man. Look at that. Jeez, is that real? Do you think that's real? That's what I'm saying. It's in Colombia, Peru, or what? Like, man, Australia. Australia is one of those countries. I've always said, mate, I reckon there's... Right, you Australians are out there, okay, watching, get out.
Not a knife.
Not of my video.
That's a
get
knife.
out when my video is finished and start looking up more, because you guys have got some serious UFOs
That's
over
not
there.
a knife. That's
I've
a
seen
knife.
the footage, right? Show us. Send me the footage, okay?
You mean
Send me it over
IRL?
on X. All my emails, which I am trying to get through. Anyway, that's it for now. That was 8 banging UFO videos.
It was actually a pretty good video.
Please make sure that you subscribe, because I'm going to be covering some other topics about aliens and...
About aliens. About aliens. I'm gonna get relegated.
Star Trek is, by its very nature, a time travel story. From the 8th of September 1966 onwards, the franchise has transported its viewers to a possible future, one in which humanity had learned to do things a little differently. To watch, you didn't need a time machine, but a television, and now a screen of any sort. Within that optimistic future, Star Trek has done plenty of notable peeking at its own relative past, present and future. Some of Star Trek's best and most beloved episodes are time travel episodes, and this is already our second list on the subject. We invite you to take a trip to Trek culture history for the first. To hell with the Temporal Prime Directive. Since that first list, there has also been several additions to the time travel canon. In fact, there have been 3 seasons and a new show predicated on skipping 900 years or so. That's not to forget the animated edition that schooled us in temporal mechanics. Of course, with recent news, one more in a raft of cancellations, time is equally something we're going to miss. Now let's get on with it before my headache gets any worse. I'm Sean Ferrick for Trek Culture, and here are 10 more greatest time travel episodes. Number 10. Shockwave Part 2. Time could still be a lot kinder to Star Trek Enterprise. Its first 2 seasons remain largely underappreciated. And yet, bridging the gap is a history-hopping romp for the ages. Shockwave starts with a bang, cue the theme song. Even that gets better with time. Naturally, the defense to the charge of 3,600 counts of negligent homicide on Paragon 2 comes from Daniels in the past. It wasn't the NX-01, but the Suliban Cabal under orders from the most mysterious of future guys. The temporal Cold War itself garnered skeptics at first, including co-creator, executive producer Brannon Braga. But few could argue it hasn't paid dividends. The payoff in Shockwave is an ominous cliffhanger over a devastated 31st century Earth. In Part 2, the time travel points go to Daniels and Captain Archer for MacGyvering a temporal comm call out of the quietest library in history. No need for that bicycle after all. Silik's pride would also surely beg to differ with the dictates of the Vulcan Science Directorate, exactly as Archer arrives back to his present via dropkick. On that, Shockwave puts the travel most definitively in time travel. Number 9. Future's End Part 2. Tom Paris isn't the only time traveller who can quote the 20th century classics, it seems. Hanging a lantern on things, the question isn't where we are, it's when we are, notes Captain Janeway as Tuvok turns off the din of narrowband EM signals. That line is almost word for word from 1968's Planet of the Apes. The question, Landon, is not so much where we are as when we are. Of course, the crew of Voyager didn't have to wait for the Statue of Liberty. Right place, wrong time. After that, what looks like 90s nostalgia is, in fact, just the 1990s. A fun way off the studio lot and onto the Venice Beach boardwalk of contemporary LA. 30 or some years later, the two-parter hasn't aged a day. Only now, Tom's kitsch fascinations match our own. Stone knives and bearskins computing, camcorders, soap opera and all. As for social commentary, mad multi-billionaire Henry Starling might have been a little mustache twirling for the turn of the millennium. These days, it feels practically underplayed. Well, irony being, actor Ed Begley Jr. wouldn't harm a fly, let alone endanger the future of the solar system. Shock, horror for Southern California, Begley even takes public transport to the Oscars. What's next, basket weaving, to quote that atemporal being from another episode? Future's End is also quite simply a lot of fun. The Doctor is set footloose and fancy-free for his first house call via mobile emitter and car, narrowly avoiding a bootstrap paradox, if not a few punches from Mr. Dunbar. The two-parter would then be followed up by Relativity, setting in motion a design legacy for the time travel police that would last until at least tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow. Number 8. Yesteryear. High in Trek Culture's own temporal observatory, we found an anomaly in our timeline. In December 2022, we placed Yesteryear at number 9 on our list of the 10 worst Star Trek time travel episodes. Nearly 4 years is enough time for a correction. Yesteryear thoroughly deserves to move to the greatest, and that not least for the writing of the incomparable DC Fontana. The original series, later Next Gen alum, effortlessly deploys a deceptively simple time travel device in service of a great story. The return of the Guardian of Forever is paired with an intriguing, if now slightly muddled, look at a group of Federation historians. Like in the original series, time travel was still more everyday. Sure, Elder Spock's lack of recollection and sudden recalls are a little convenient. The point, however, is to learn about the Half-Vulcan's past as he learns more about it himself. Notably, we get to meet Spock's famous pet Salat, pronunciation may vary, in more tragic circumstances than the first time round. those scenes never fail to inspire emotion, and for Achaya really was a good boy. Number 7. Timeless. Far be it from us to miss a birthday. Forget the cake from the replicator. For Star Trek Voyager's 100th episode, they had to hit hard. In this case, they hit the ice at full impulse. It was a bold move to kill all but 2, and a very chilly hologram, from the outset. It's one that paid off. Timeless lives up to its name. It is a classic. What more do you want, after all, for the big 3 digits? A daring criminal mission to reset the timeline using Borg bits and pieces. Sorry, 7. Check. A Galaxy-class starship with Captain LaForge. LeVar Burton also directing. Check. Harry Kim on the best of forms to save the day at last explosive second. Check. Those phase corrections would last time. Even though the warp core ejection systems rarely do work
when I'm done for all mankind,
any facilities of the script are forgiven by the eerie result of temporal mechanics at the very end. Garrett Wang's performance is for the record with distinction and valor, and it all started with that damn Talaxian furfly. Number 6. Year of Hell Part 2. Technically speaking, there is no travelling in time in Year of Hell and Year of Hell Part 2, but we dare you to argue the minutiae with Captain Janeway as she barrels towards the Crown timeship. Time's up is not just a reset, it's also one of the best lines never spoken. The story is getting there and back again. The power of Year of Hell is the menace of revisionism. You don't need a time machine to rewrite the past, just a megalomaniac, though a time machine does help. As Voyager traverses the rigors of the episode title, Janeway never loses sight of Anoraks. Her dogged determination is underscored by an acting masterclass. As for Anoraks, he gets off a little easy where history is concerned. But then, if you do get to do a do-over, you better do things right. After, before and after, there were plans for the Year of Hell to become a hell of a season. However, 26 episodes that never happened would have been more than a waste of time, and a waste of other ideas. Year of Hell ultimately works because it is self-contained. 12 months in a 1 hour and a half is time enough. Number 5. Past Tense Part 1, Past Tense Part 2. Before story and social commentary, the best thing about any Star Trek time travel episode is the conceit, the device or clever trick of technobabble employed by the writers to shift our favourite protagonists about history. The explosion of a microscopic singularity that shifted chronoton particles in the Defiance ablative armor matrix into a high state of temporal polarization, redirecting the transporter beam through time, not space, is about as gloriously technobabbly as it can get. Admittedly, we must ignore the improbability of beaming into San Francisco versus the vacuum, because the transporters seemingly compensate for centuries of stellar drift. In this case, how is almost immaterial. However, as like Future's End, the question is not where, but when, and everything in between. When is also not left to chance by the skill of episode writers Robert Hewitt Wolfe and Ira Stephen Bear. Their future of the early 21st century is now as forebodingly dystopian as they had imagined. The Bell riots should have made their mark nearly 2 years ago. In 2026, the message of past tense lies in another epoch. Like for Kira and O'Brien, as for all of Star Trek, we must hope that flower power is still timely and never too far away. However briefly, the Bell riots also feature in the next episode on our list. Number 4. Little Green Men. Few words stir the imagination quite like Roswell. Combine that with time travel, the Ferengi, and certainly no weather balloon, you already have a great episode from the start. The rest, as they say, is human history. The chances of anything coming from Mars are 1,000,000 to 1, but the odds are a lot higher for the 3, soon 4, stooges from Deep Space Nine. Jokes on Earth, however, as 1940s and 50s America, not Australia, is lambasted to within an inch of its irradiated life. In-jokes also abound from the very beginning. The title, Little Green Men, is a reference to a line from another Trek time travel episode, Tomorrow's Yesterday. All I Ask is a Tall Ship is several references unto itself, and the contraband to fill it with, Quark's treasure, is Chemosite. Quark is forever Quark, no matter the time period. Nog is the Starfleet straight man, but still very much a Ferengi out for Umox. Rom's newfound genius is both a great character development and the conceit. Like for past tense, the cause of time travel makes as much sense as it needs to, and that pad is foreshadowing. Like all the best comedy, Little Green Men only ever takes itself seriously enough not to be taken too seriously. Number 3. Star Trek Prodigy. As the Vulcan said to the Ferengi on the holosuite, hope you like a curveball. In fact, this entry might be more of a cheat, but then picking just one episode from all of Star Trek Prodigy, as we currently have it, would be justice to only part of a glorious, remarkably complex and cohesive story. In essence, both seasons of Prodigy combine to form a time travel epic. There could be no skipping of Temporal Mechanics 101 for Temporal Mechanics 102. By the bootstrap, by the Ouroboros and Combadge of a grand finale, the series masterfully concludes right where and when it had begun at Tars Lamora. In the interim, we are introduced to foes and friends, the Vau Nakat, across multiple timelines. Wesley Crusher returns as Grand Master Time Traveler, and so does Chakotay, stuck for a good while in at least 2 futures of Solum. Transdimensional baddies, the Loom, become the most terrifying consumers of all things paradox, second only in temporal troublemaking to one version of Essentia. And, if you're looking for more time travel within time travel, journey no further than Season 1's quite brilliant Time Amok. Sadly, in this topsy-turvy world, sheer quality and 2 banner planes no longer convince. To save Star Trek Prodigy now, we might well need an infinity of our very own. Number 2. Those Old Scientists. Star Trek has a muddled history with crossovers, time travel or no. Trials and Tribulations set the bar extremely high, see our previous list, whereas that one on the holodeck plundered the depths of a series ending low.
Yeah.
When a new crossover was announced, we had
was
reason
pretty
to
bad.
get our hopes cautiously up. Those Old Scientists did not let us down, because we all love grapplers. The cause of time travel is
that was a good
straightforward.
one.
The effect is not. We were all wondering how the switch from animation to live action would be made. Those Old Scientists achieves the transition with impressive ease. Even the title sequence crosses over without the need for questions. Boimler and Mariner go in real life as if they had always been. Puzzlement paints 1,000 words. A California Yankee in Captain Pike's quarters doesn't quite have the same ring to it, but it's just as fun. Boimler's boimlering around the Temporal Prime Directive, a certain Vulcan, and one number 1 is simply a joy to watch. In all that, Mariner also proves that you should always meet your heroes whenever they happen to be. Number 1. Equality of Mercy. The nature of the prequel is its own form of time travel, and there are those for whom the future is already written. Star Trek Discovery's 2nd season made the wise choice to let Captain Pike in on the secret of his grim destiny. As its 1st season reached a close, Star Trek Strange New Worlds told him the fate of the galaxy hung on his every, often hesitant, word. Trek far enough, you meet yourself, from the future in Glorious Monster Maroon, and then the Romulans from Balance of Terror. Equality of Mercy could have been a pale copy of the original. Instead, it was the ultimate revisit of a classic, and that down to the music and lighting of the face. Leave any bigotry in your quarters, Lieutenant Tortegas. As Equality of Mercy unfolds, Pike's time travel version of the trolley problem becomes a Kobayashi Maru of 1, as his relative indecisiveness has graphic consequences. The new James T, on the contrary, does things the same, differently. By the episode's end, like for temporal paradoxes, like for life, the conclusion is that non-action is often the best that the rest of us can do.
Hello, this is Samuel Cockings. I'm on Trek Culture right now for Trek Shorts, my fan films. So we're on Kickstarter right now, raising money for the current batch of films to be fully completed and raise money for our next set of films, specifically the props and costumes, because we do cover a lot of eras. As you can see from right now, we like our high-end uniforms, they just look fantastic on screen, and our props. We like getting ones that really feel right. So with many eras, with digital de-aging and up-aging. So if you like Nimrod, who plays Anarchy,
standoff.
Uncertainty surrounding the path forward now for the United States and Iran, as a fragile ceasefire remains in place, but the standoff over the Strait of Hormuz continues. Iran yesterday fired on 3 ships in the crucial waterway and seized 2 of them, according to the country's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard, which said it was escorting the captured vessels to Iran. The White House, however, is downplaying this latest escalatory action, with Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling Fox News President Trump does not view the move as a violation
like the regime
of the
is
ceasefire
already
because,
different.
quote,
You
these
know,
were
it's
not
not
U.S.
the
ships.
same as it
These were
was.
not Israeli ships. The United
So it
States
doesn't
military,
count?
meanwhile, is
Okay,
maintaining
cool.
its blockade of Iranian ports, turning around 31 vessels so far, according to U.S. Central Command. Iran's parliament speaker said yesterday
Hey,
that a
kid,
complete ceasefire
I'll get you a
does
better
not
deal
make
in
sense.
Louisiana.
The blockade remains in place, adding that reopening the waterway is impossible amid such a, quote, flagrant breach of the truce. Still, the White House is standing by that blockade, as the stalemate in the strait continues to present a hurdle to peace talks. And President Trump told Fox News yesterday there is no time pressure on coming to a deal with Iran.
Dude, he's right.
It's a lot
Oh
for
my
us to
God.
break down here on set. National security reporter for the Wall Street Journal, Alex Ward, is here with me. And so I think this has been a
This is
central
dipshit.
question, right? The Iranians saying we'll reopen the strait, the president then saying we're going to keep the blockade in place, the talks coming together, falling apart, coming together. Now we don't know where they are. All of it lends to this question of how quickly is this going to be ended, and how long can this fragile ceasefire remain in place?
It's the weirdest game of chicken I've ever seen. I mean, President Trump
my
desperately
God,
wants
you
this war to
pussy.
end. He's made that pretty clear.
Yeah.
The Iranians kind of need this war to end for myriad reasons, but both sides can't get this to end because Trump is asking for a lot out of the Iranians, and he doesn't want a deal that makes it look like this was not all worth it. And the Iranians want to at least have some control over the Strait of Hormuz and maybe have some of its enrichment capabilities so it can have a deterrent effect down the line. Plus, if you're the Iranians, would you accept any guarantee by the Trump administration that there won't be future attacks on it after there have been 2 negotiations and then attacks on it, plus this war? So that's why we're in this weird space where neither party really wants to fight, but they also don't necessarily want to make a deal on the current terms. So this is going to be a long-term negotiation that President Trump doesn't have the patience for, and the Iranians, we should note, by virtue of having all their leadership killed, don't really have a consensus view on what to do next.
Yeah, and I also think you've reported on the reluctance on the part of the Trump administration, despite the bombast and his promises in phone calls with reporters and in a phone call with CNBC, saying that the bombs will start going again if the Iranians don't come to the table. He's also got a reluctance to actually make good on that.
Right. I mean, if he starts bombing again, then this continues. And then who knows how you get to another moment like the ceasefire where you could solve the issue. So, like, you know, whether if it's a 5% chance, I'm not putting any, but say it's a 5% chance now, it's probably 0 in your bombing, right? So, plus Trump wants to move on. Midterms are coming. Republicans are angry. The economy's got some issues going on. He's got a ballroom to build. He doesn't necessarily want to keep doing the war. So here we are. And it was interesting to hear Leavitt, as you noted yesterday, say, well,
You know what
the
else
blockade
sucks?
only affects,
Non-subscribing.
or rather the Iranians going after those ships, they're not Americans, therefore it's not a ceasefire
Grinds my
violation.
gears.
It kind of goes where Trump was before the ceasefire, where he was willing to end the war without the Strait of Hormuz solved. Sounds like Trump is still there, which is another sign of he's just, get me out of here. But, you know, when you talk to some Trump administration officials, they kind of will sheepishly say this is the first time Trump has, like, improvised himself into a conflict that he hasn't been able to improvise himself out of.
And yet I think it's notable to bring Pence's comments back into it. He is supportive of the Iranian strikes, and yet he was very clear with me in saying he hopes the president finishes the job. And it's where I started pressing him on, okay, what does finishing the job successfully look like? You mentioned having to make it worth it for having done several weeks of this war in the first place. And I still feel like the administration has not delineated that, because reopening the Strait of Hormuz is not a new success goal. That is actually just an effect of having done this incursion in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the goals, even though the Trump administration constantly said their goals are very clear, they've been all over the place. Right now, the goal really is get some sort of deal on paper that they can both go, yay, we did it. That is the goal. Now, for Trump, he would like it to say no nuclear weapons on the line, and he himself is walking him into this comparison with Obama's nuclear deal,
right?
Which, as of this point, is not looking like it will be stronger. It could be. I don't want to discount that. It could be, but as of this point, it doesn't look like it. So he's got that measuring stick, and the Iranians, knowing that Trump is desperate to get out of here,